Hello and welcome in, my beautiful peasants. It's going to be another great day at the tavern. I've really been taking some time buckling down, making this full plate armor set, and that's also what we're doing today. Yesterday was more finding out forms and remembering how to create low poly stuff that's nice and clean, and then today it's kind of going to the next step, getting some detailing in, some secondary forms. Yay. I'm very excited. Alrighty. But first, more about our general housekeeping stuff and goodness. The free model today is especially excellent. You can go to my Patreon to find that, or if you're already in our Discord, just click on M3DM Daily Freebie, and there you go. That is today's. Yeah, it's this Eagle Folk Artificer, fits in with my steampunk collection. I just love this guy. I had so much fun making this mechanical arm thing. Really cool model, prints beautifully too. So yeah, if you want that for free, head up to my Patreon. It gets replaced every day, so if you want it, download it now because it will not be there tomorrow. Alrighty. A reminder that Summer Art Fest is live and going. The prompts for this week are Masked, Multi-Headed, and Warden. So, a lot you can do there. You can pick one prompt, pick combined prompts, or you could even pick 2 or 3. Oh, what was it? That's right. Masked we did last week as well. So if you want, you can do Unmasked instead. Either way, really cool prompt. And then a reminder that the mediums are open. You can write a poem, you can take a picture. I mean, really whatever. Just make something cool. Get in the habit of creating. All right, I'll be hanging out in the live stream hub right here. So if you guys have any references or just general coolness you want to share, that's where you should go. I think that's everything. Yeah. Also, hello to Empress, Sean's Paint, Volt the Robot, Spinavit, welcome back, and Ray. Sean says, thanks for the reminder. Read dailies. I almost forgot. Yeah, not a problem. That's what I'm here for. Awesome. But yeah, I plan to kind of kick back today and really just take my time making this armor set. Full plate armor is really about the details and taking your time, which sometimes I don't like to do. That's why it's good practice. This is for one request. This is for a centaur artificer. Obviously, she's not looking very centaur-y. We do have that horse body here as well. But I've decided that I'm going to take advantage of this request to really improve my asset library and just my armor modeling skills. I'm happy with the armor that I make currently, but it's about time for an improvement. I've noticed that my armor looks a bit samey. I tend to go towards the same shapes over and over again. So I want to make this full plate set and really take my time. Everything is from scratch and see where we end up with. Yeah. Mattcrafters here. Hello. What hub? I finished a model and would like to show you. If it's for the Summer Art Fest, hang out here. If you're just sharing art that you made, you can put it and share your art. Or M3DM Livestream Hub, June 23rd, 27th. So just for this week. I think this is the first time we started a stream and we are officially modless. It's just me and the peasants today. No mods, looks like. I think we'll be behaved. Ray says, full plate armor always looks cool, but what a pain to make. Yeah, that's how I was feeling yesterday, and I was kind of feeling a little worn out and maybe a little frustrated. And then I was like, oh, I'm doing that thing that I said that you should never do. I always joke that when you judge your art before it's done, it's very similar to if you were baking a cake. Just straight up eating raw eggs and flour. What are you doing? It's not done. So I had to give myself that little reminder talk yesterday and back to taking my time. Sean says, as an artist who's been drawing armor, plate, and otherwise since high school, yeah. Volt says, at least there is a bot in the chat. It's like you knew you had to come fill that void. I like it. But this is funny that I'm modless for once. I didn't give my mods a whole lot of heads up. I was like, okay, it's 11, we're streaming. To be fair, for the last 2 weeks, I've been streaming around 1 p.m. So, yeah. Oh, no, Eloa's here. I'm here. Shh, I want to see what the peasants would do. Ray says, I actually always eat raw eggs and flour with my art. You do you, Ray. You do you. I got some really cool references here to work from an And again, I just really want to take my time making this armor set. I'm feeling a little intimidated, but that's good. That's why I'm streaming it. I thought about this morning, I'm like, I don't want to live stream today. And I explored that for a bit. I'm like, oh, are you feeling burned out? You know, I have like kind brain in my head. And little gremlin brain was like, no, I just want to do cool stuff on stream. I never want to show myself learning. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, you're going to stream and you're fine. Always got to do a little temperature check with yourself to see why you actually don't want to do things. Because I have no problem like taking breaks. I can take the whole week off from stream if I needed to. But my reasoning for not wanting to stream today was stupid. And that's okay. So I changed my mindset a little bit. I watched some videos of other people making armor in ZBrush. And turns out, no, this is exactly how you do it. My process is great. I just need to keep going. That's all. So yeah. A wild mod appears. Is there a link for the Discord? Oh, there sure is. Let me grab you that invite if Eloa doesn't beat me to it. Let's see if I can get in there first. Haha. I was first. I haven't done that in forever. Yeah, Madcrafter, I thought we already had you in the Discord. My bad. Yeah, you were so welcome to join, and yeah. I already consider you a regular peasant, so I was like, oh, I'm shocked you're not already there. Yeah. I'm not going to do a warm-up today. The warm-up is just hanging out with y'all. Oh, I am finally bringing back a couple features in the stream. So, let me make my camera small here. I have this little thing at the top. There we go. It says donation pool to unlock Chibi Tavern Pet. This little bar thing. So we're in season 2. I just go by like literal seasons. So this is for summer, or until we hit like 20. But essentially during streams, YouTube has always like donation features of like, you know, real money, not poing. And if I hit $35 in a day, I stop everything that I'm doing and I make a Tavern Pet. But you can actually also buy stuff too. So I've changed the price slightly. So it's $7 US dollars. I don't know what the conversion is, but whatever. To do a D20 roll of destiny, which essentially you donate and then I roll a D20 on stream and I have a table of 20 effects that would be implemented. It doesn't mean I'm going to keep it for the final model, but I will sculpt it live. It's super fun. So it can be like it inflicts the model with a disease or wings, or I just sculpt a little funny friend for it, add arms. It's just a bunch of like silly things. So I'm going to start talking about that again because I forgot that I do that. Yes. And yeah, it's been extremely hot here. Like I think it's been everywhere. They called it a heat dome in Tennessee. I've never heard of that before. But I feel terrible for my horse. I walk out there and he is a different color. He is so sweaty. He is just entirely a different color. Also a fun fact, just kind of as we're warming up here, my neighbors are all out of town. All of them. So usually, you know, we watch each other's animals when we're gone. But since everybody is gone, I'm watching everyone's animals, which I don't mind. So I'm walking, the farm this morning, and my neighbor has 4 horses in the pasture across the street. So I walk over and check on them, and all of them are frothing, drooling at the mouth. All 4 of them. My neighbors have been gone for 1 day. So immediately my thought was like, I panic. I'm like, oh my God, their neighbors are gone. Their horses are dying right in front of me. Because generally speaking, when horses or animals are frothing and drooling at the mouth, that's bad. But then I realized, wait, I know things. I'm not going to panic. So I walk in the pasture and I start looking at the grass and the plants in there. And sure enough, I find a bunch of red clover. Red clover has a fungus that likes to grow on it that will make horses over salivate. So that's why they're drooling. They are not dying. And they look comfortable and stuff. But again, just the thought that like, this is day 1 of taking care of my neighbor's horses and they're all foaming at the mouth. You know, it's just not like it's not what I want to see, right? But they're fine. Everything is fine. So that was my morning. Oh, and it's also like 90 degrees here and like 100% humidity. So the horses are already sweating. So they are sweating, dripping, and foaming at the mouth. So they're fine. I'm just glad I was able to find some red clover out there. Otherwise, I was like, we're not going to have a stream today. I'm going to have to call the emergency vet. But we were fine. Everything was fine. And then Mia says, Eloa says to me, if the horses needed help, could you go into your neighbor's land? Oh yeah, no, I'm over there all the time. Yeah. My land, and I only have an acre. My neighbors have like 100. But all of like our bordering property lines, we have like gates so we can walk in between each other's properties all the time. It's just, yeah, it's not a big deal. Okay. Also, it looks like Madcrafter shared something I would like to see. Thank you for joining. All right, this is what they're working on. Oh, cool. Is it like a bag of holding? Because since it's glowing, I feel like she could stuff a bunch of stuff in there. Oh, it's a tiefling too. That's more subtle. I really like this little accessory you have pinned to her horn, like a monocle that drops down. I've never seen that before. How cool is that? I'm excited to see you share more. Also, you should create something for the summer art fest that we have going on. Here are the prompts again. Mask, multi-headed, and warden. I feel like you can make something really, really cool for that. Also, welcome. Amazing. And if you're just hanging out too, you're welcome to join Discord and make art and be merry. And Princess Mia, teacher, I have a tiny small problem of sorts that you could use some guidance when you have the chance. We have a little bit more time and our door's open, so you know what? Let me know now. I'll help you now. A tiefling thief. A thiefling. That's what they're called in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. It's a pest control lady for a high fantasy town. Oh, that's so funny. So she just stuffs like raccoons and possums into that bag. That's lovely. Oh yeah, Empress, let me know. Oh, is that to do with the orb brush pack? I totally forgot about that because honestly, whenever you're downloading stuff on the internet, like brush packs, and they're free, if they work at all, I consider it a blessing. And you mentioned that one of the brushes wasn't working or something. Honestly, other than just re-downloading it, I'm not sure what you could do. Eloa says, Mia, I have good news. This morning I received my first ever commission from Micah. That's amazing. If we could all root for Eloa in the chat. Eloa is our resident lore master and tavern keeper. When it's not me, I guess. I am the tavern keeper. Eloa is the fallen god and lore master. Anyway, but their first commission, that's so exciting. I am so happy for you. That's incredible. And I'm really happy it's someone from my community. Like, I can vouch for Micah. Micah has supported my art for years. They predate even you in this community, Eloa, and they're lovely to work with. Very detail oriented, but not picky. It's like a really good combo. Yay. That's so awesome. Congratulations. I see there's lots of little confettis in the chat. Good. Does Mia sound gentler and nicer today? Or am I imagining it? I mean, some days I'm crunchier than others. I am melting. It's really hot here, so I just kind of deflate a little bit. But I am feeling happy. Is Mia sound gentler and nicer today? No. Awesome. Hey, Miguel's here. Hello, hello. Hope the stream goes well today. Thank you. We're hanging out, just in doors open phase right now. We haven't started actually doing anything. Just vibes. Happy to have you here, though. Also, we're congratulating Eloa, who got their first commission today. Miguel is working on a black pudding. It looks delicious. I can't tell if you're actually eating one or if you're sculpting one. Either way, wonderful. She is welting. Yeah, it's really hot here. It's really hot. And again, my neighbor's horses gave me a scare this morning, but no, they're fine. Everything's fine. Also, Empress, what is your tiny problem? You asked for help, and I said yes, and then you disappeared. Oh, I think you tagged me. Here it is. Empress says, Mia, I took a peeky at the sculpt with me and saw you had a sword one. I started working on something for the husband's campaign. I managed to reach this stage. I'm unsure where to continue from here. I have not used ZBrush or Dynamesh on this, just ZModel and Subdivide. How would you go about making sword edges? Love, it's in the watch the video. This doesn't look anything like the sculpt with me video. Watch again. You should have a single-sided poly that you then ZModel from. Yes. Watch the sculpt with me, and then let me know at what point that you're confused and kind of follow along with it. Because the fact that you have not used ZBrush, it's good that you haven't used Dynamesh. Don't use Dynamesh when sculpting a blade unless you know what you're doing. You're doing something stylized. You should be using ZBrush. Just ZModel and Subdivided. That means you missed the step in the video that shows you how to crease the edges. Because if you don't crease it, then when you subdivide it, it's just going to blend over itself. Does that make sense? Yeah. Keep going. Try again. Empress was fiddling. It's true. Matt Crafter says, have you ever had any issues with some elements not importing from ZBrush to Blender for rendering? I really do not work in Blender at all. So no. No. And says, yeah, I took some liberty with the shape and form of the blade itself. Don't do that when you haven't learned the basics. So the first time you're following a video like that, just do it identical and then start to experiment. Otherwise, you're going to get the same results you have now, which you're like, why isn't it working? It's kind of like when you're like doing creature design, it's really important that you learn the rules first before you break them. In your case, you're not really breaking them, you're just taking some artistic liberty. But don't do that when you're learning. Sater, learn the rules before you break them. Art rule number 1. Sater, it's too early in the day for us to be saying the exact same thing word for word. Okay? Empress says, oh, 1 second. I missed something. I know. Sater laughing. And it's even funnier and more like organic. Like it's uncanny how much my mods and I will exactly echo each other, because I am 20 seconds in the future. You guys are seeing me delayed because internet, and I like to keep stuff really stable. So it's even funnier. But that means if you ask a question in the chat, I will respond no earlier than 20 seconds because yes, I am in the future. Alrighty. Doors open is good. Let's start sculpting this armor. Yeah. Also, it's today especially because I'm kind of zero in on these fine details. I'm going to be talking a lot, like I do usually, but there's going to be a lot of me being like, asking rhetorical questions, which I know you guys are asking questions I should answer. Don't. Because I'm going to be asking a lot of questions like, what am I doing? Does this make sense? That looks good, I think. No, it's going to be a lot of that because I am learning on stream. Just like, you know. Empress says, oh no, I explained it incorrectly. I didn't have trouble with the shape and forming of it, more liking the edge details like a reference I have. Yeah, exactly. You didn't watch the video, love. There's a section that'll show you how to crease edges and all that kind of stuff. Watch it again. Trust me, it's all in there. Hello, this is Mia. Some of the peasants are foaming in the mouth in the back. I think they ate those red mushrooms growing out back. I love breadcrumbs this early in the stream. If for some reason you're just coming in, my neighbor's horses ate a bunch of red clover and were foaming at the mouth this morning and it stressed me out. And now the peasants are doing the same thing. Monkey see, monkey do. Oh my goodness. Ray says, is the crease thing Mia was on about to Empress basically just beveling the edge? No. No. Oh my god. Okay, we're doing this right now. Full demo. Alright. Bam. Tavern Keeper's Craft. Emergency teaching moment. Because you guys don't know what you're talking about in the best way. And they're my students. So I want them to know. Okay, so you have a shape. It's single-sided. It's low poly. It's already creased. It is already creased. Bad example. Try again. Here we go. So we have this shape here, right? When I go ahead and subdivide it, if I don't have anything that's creasing it, it will change shape, and especially if there's triangles and stuff. So I subdivide. See how this edge is getting all nasty? That's because 1, there's triangles, and 2, I didn't crease that edge, which is not beveling. You cannot bevel a single-sided poly because it doesn't exist. There's no thickness to bevel, which is inherently how beveling works. So instead, well, there's a couple things wrong with this. First, let me zero mesh so there's not triangles on the edge. There we go. So now if I subdivide, you'll still see the volume is getting smaller, and we don't want that. So I'm going to hold spacebar, crease, edge loop complete, and then I click. See this tiny little dotted line that comes up? So now when I subdivide, you'll see that I'm not losing that. Furthermore, what's happening with Empress is she doesn't have any edges creased. So when she subdivides, it's just smoothing the whole thing. So I had a crease here. You can tell I now have this really nice sharp edge there. So yes. What is this? Oh, foaming at the mouth. Hi, dragon. No, peasants. Oh, I love it. Get creased. That's beautiful. 100%. Mouth's full of shrooms. What? Oh my goodness. And they're fine. My neighbor's horses are fine. It was just stressful because they're out of town and the horses are solely my responsibility right now. So I was like, oh my god. The dragon says, I can't hear you. My mouth foam is too loud. My god. Oh, goodness. Okay. So, we're going to create a little differently than normal today because I want these to be really nice assets I can use in the future as well. So I'm going to pick something. Let's go with the shoulder, and then I'm going to make this shape that I see. Okay. Ray says, Mia, is that adding topology or is it just remeshing, remembering the edge is creased? I'm going to do this like Dora the Explorer thing right now. Okay. So I'm using the crease brush right now, crease function. So watch it. I clicked. It is creased. You tell me if it's adding topology or not, because Ray, I know you know this. I'm going to wait 5 seconds. It's not adding topology, obviously. I'm giving Ray a hard time because I know they know this. So adding topology is going to be like, so what is topology? Here is it. This is a squarish, right? This is a polygon. This piece right here, that's a polygon. So is this, 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 and this, and this. So if I go to extrude edge loop, for example, that's adding a line of topology. See, like that. So that's adding topology, which is very, very different from creasing. So you can see right here now, if I subdivide, this line is creased, but this one is not on the side. So you can see that's why that volume starts to change. It's a great question. I just also know that you know the answer. Empress says, I put an image to further illustrate my point, hopefully. I really think you need to watch the video, honey. Yeah, I know. So to get this kind of edge right here, you are not going to Z-model this. This is sculpting. But if you can't, where your starting point is already really hard to work with. Make a normal clean edge first, like the video. I'm telling you, you need to watch the video first before you start iterating from it. Make that exact same blade that I show step by step, and then Dynamesh or subdivide. Put a crease on it, you know, so that way it doesn't get all rounded out and yucky. Oh, I hate that word. Gross. Or like mushy. And then you're going to come through here with like trim dynamic and other things like that. This is not modeled. This is hand sculpted. It's barely even considering like a Z modeling blade. This is already creased and divided 5 times. This is not creased. Show me, are the creases in the room with us? I'm gonna give you a hard time with this, Empress, because you're running before you can even crawl. We're not even walking yet. Make that simple blade, then start to iterate from it. All right, we're gonna move on. And Ray says, Mia, I understood what it was doing. I just literally couldn't see. There's an extra line. That's fair. That's one thing I hate about, like, not hate. That's a strong word. No, I hate it. This dotted line. Are we joking right now? It is so hard to see creases. Like, oh my gosh. I hope you have good eyesight. So again, this is not creased. Now it's creased. Can you guys even see that dotted line? That's crazy. See? Not creased is creased. Creased, not creased. It's crazy. It's so hard to see. All right, we're moving on. And Eloa says it's a great point. Doing a stylized sword is probably a bit more confusing because they're doing hard surface first, then dynameshing. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, you need to learn how to make a normal blade first, period. Because if you're not understanding how those edges work and how those clean, sharp forms work, you're not going to be able to do these secondary and complicated tertiary forms. Yeah. And Ray's like, I can't see. My eyes are bad. I think that's true for a lot of artists. Okay. Moving on. All right. So this is kind of a complicated little pauldron shape thing, and I'm excited to try this out because I have like some new techniques I want to try out, which is me using a lot of like extrude edge loops. Wish me luck. I'm going to just do one at a time. I just feel like it makes my life a lot easier. And then we're going to just isolate this one piece because it's already fit to the body somewhat well. I'm going to have double turned on just so I know what's going on all sides. And then I would like if I could get rid of this edge here. No, that's fine. It's a triangle, but that's fine. Triangles are not the end of the world. Ray says, take a shot every time Mia says moving on, right? Stop asking me the same questions. I gave you the answer. All right. We're going to extrude edge loop. What's the difference between these two? All right. So there's a lot of different approaches you could take for armor like this. Some people, that's really cool. Some people will actually sculpt it high poly. Oh, that looks nice. And then they will re-topo after the fact. This is a technique I've never been able to use before, which I'm really excited about, which is like extruding this edge loop to get these like new volumes and stuff. I'm excited about it. Oh, that's a really good point too, Sater. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, so much of this is subtle, so I need to keep that in mind. Okay. It looks like I'm going to just, I wonder if I want to see if I can extrude just this edge here and nothing else. Reminder, I'm gonna be asking a lot of questions today. They're rhetorical. Don't mind me. I'm learning on stream. Because is this gonna respect? It does. Okay, so if I mask it, it will call that an edge loop. And I bet that's different. That's what changes from the poly loop, doesn't it? Nope, those behave the same and I don't know why. Whatever, they're both doing what I want them to do. And then is this gonna handle dynamic thickness the way I hope it will? Yes, totally normal. Awesome. This is the beginning of new awesome armor. I'm very excited. Okay. I don't want to get too crazy by adding a bunch of creases here. But I would like if I kind of can use this to my advantage to keep these shapes nice and clean. But if I don't need them, I find it kind of a pain to delete edge loops, or not edge loops, creases after the fact. So I like to only use them if I really need them. All right, so right here, I was gonna like manually pull all these shapes down, but we know how to do stuff better than that now, so I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm going to use my ZBrush brush, hold down Option, mask just this edge right here. Can I polish my feature just this one piece? I can. Okay. I like that. And then I'm gonna extrude just this edge right here a tiny, tiny bit. So there's some things that I do stylistically because it's 3D printed, but honestly, 3D printers have gotten so good. I kind of want to dial it back and get just more realistic armor going. This has more of a round shape. Man, this is quite a dramatic armor piece I'm trying to make here. This is kind of a note to all of my students and like fellow artists in the chat, especially that work on 3D. Working a combination of like organic surfaces and hard surface is going to make you the most, like the best, most well-rounded artist, because you have to really pay attention to different kinds of form changes. Ooh, polish by features is respecting that shape. That's cool. So polish by features is like my smooth for organic. Try not to over smooth, excuse me, over smooth, over polish by features. It's gonna lead to a more mumbly sculpt. And for suspensions, yes, being able to jump back and forth is such a big goal for me. It's a great goal to have. Sater mentioned pauldrons always annoy me. They add so much, but they're also a pain to work around. The more exaggerated cool you make them, the more unwieldy they become. It's true, they're like impossible to pose. Because when you move your shoulder, they just like stick on the back of your arm like this. They look stupid. I'm gonna let Ricky know when he poses this character, she cannot raise her arms more than this. And none of this, just this. Hey, Chicken's here, welcome back. All right, you can't do too much fiddling. This is definitely hard surface modeling. It's a lot of like just like putting the pen down and looking at it and thinking what change I want to make, doing that, and then thinking again. It's a lot of thinking. I don't know, I feel like for organic sculpting, I can just like turn part of my brain off and just like sculpt. but I'm not at that level yet for hard surface. I have to think about every single move I'm making. Yeah, see, that looks weird. Let's go from the other side. Also, kind of something I don't talk about enough is that a lot of the brushes and things that you do in ZBrush are very like camera dependent. So keep that in mind. If a brush is behaving weird, you might just be looking at it wrong. Try doing the operation from a different angle. Like for example, if I go from this side and I do that extrude loop, it kind of moves away from the camera and creates a different shape than what I'm wanting. Versus from this side, I kind of have more control over, you know, what axis this is growing from. Does that make sense? And then another point here, when you're working with single-sided polys, you really want to have your smooth brush modifier turned on so you have min-connected points to 1. Otherwise, you will not be able to smooth or change the shape right here. All right, I'm going to turn on dynamic thickness and kind of see how this is looking. Yeah, it's looking really cool. See, that looks way cooler than what we started with, which was this. We've gone from this to this. I'm going to have two. I just like working without symmetry. Slater says, Mia, you mean you're more familiar with anatomy and bodies than you are fantastical armor? Weirdo. It's true. I'm working on it. And Bray mentioned, it's the pauldrons with the huge spikes. Like, if the character raises them the arms, they will literally impale themselves. Yeah. But real life cool. But no, you're right. Eloa says, I really like the hair we have so far. I don't know if it's just a placeholder or not, but it looks really cool. You go even full shadow heart with it, adding some fun shapes to it. I agree. It is not a placeholder, but it was kit bashed together and it turned out better than I expected. Okay. And I'm also trying to think of how I'm going to save these shapes, because I think I'm going to have like an undetailed and a detailed version. Usually my asset library, I would just export this and that's it. But I imagine that I'm going to detail these in a pretty similar way. So yeah, this might be the first piece. Okay, this is where I can't be perfectionist. This looks good. Move on. All right, we're going to call this Pauldron Low. And I will put this in a new special folder because I want to be able to look back at my work today. And we'll call it Full Plate Armor. And there we go, Pauldron Low. So I'm building that asset library right now. And then I'm gonna go ahead and jump ahead and detail this right now, just as like a little encouragement as I keep working on this. And again, because this is for 3D printing, you can print it when it's like this thin, but you might run into some other problems. So I like to make it really chunky, and then I will put a heavy bevel on this. And then Sater mentions me, seriously, how much detail are you going to add or how far you can go with this? In my experience, armor becomes easier to think about when we have a theme for it. I'm going like classic medieval, but pretty. Eloa says, for my commission, Micah sent me a document with references plus the ability to play around with whatever works. I am unleashed. Awesome. Enjoy your commission work. Very good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and click apply. And then now we're gonna start refining this. So I need to move that edge over just a touch. Let's see how this bevel works. I got some funny topology going on here. All right, bevel, edge loop complete. I'm gonna bevel both of these edges here. So that's the before and that's the after. Okay. We're gonna get some weird triangles in here probably. And again, I'm not really concerned about the topology, to be clear. I just want it for ease of like detail work. This is not going to be rigged. I'm not going to retopo it. It's just for 3D printing. So a fair amount of this is going to be taken care of by hand. Like, I don't like that that got wavy when I extruded it. So I will do a polish by features. There we go. Now that's perfectly smooth. See, I like that. So whenever I update the base form that I'm working on, I'm going to re-export my low because I don't want to have to rework. Hey, new sub. Thank you, Luciana. I don't want to have to rework this base mesh over and over again. That's why like this feels really slow to me, but it's worth it because I'm going to be reusing these pieces in the future to then iterate new stuff from. All right, excellent. Again, I'm making these really chunky because 3D printing. All right, I want an edge loop. Like I want this whole loop to bevel. How do I do that? Sometimes it's like the line underneath it. Interesting. Interesting. That totally works. Okay, I'm learning. And like always, if you guys have any questions, please let me know. I am absolutely an open book, my process. Especially like, this is a little different because like I'm learning on stream. Usually I have a tried and true process for something. But I like showing these kind of streams too, where I'm working on something that I don't normally. All right, I want there to be kind of like almost like a welded bead all the way around the edge of this. I think the easiest way to do that would be using a curved brush. Okay, interesting. I'm actually going to duplicate this and then keep a copy of the not subdivided one. Here we go. It's like this little shell right here that doesn't have any thickness. I'm gonna keep this because it's gonna make it easy for me to add this like curve detail that I think I'm wanting. So I'm gonna go to my stroke modifiers here, click on curve functions and frame mesh. So it's grabbing onto two things. It's grabbing onto the different poly groups and the border. I'm going to try both and just see how it looks if I like it. I don't know why I didn't grab this curve here. I did want it to. It has border selected, so I don't know why it's not framing that. That's interesting. This little bit right here should also have a curve on it. It's fine. All right, curve tube. And then when I click this little, like those dotted lines you saw, I can then just put a brush right there. Isn't that nice? Now I'm going to split mask points, and that should line up with this other pauldron that we're actually detailing and adding thickness to. Check that out. Pretty nifty. And then a lot of considerations I'm doing here, again, are unique because I want to make sure it's substantial enough when 3D printed. Whether it's like really big or like a little mini, you know, I have a lot of people that print my stuff as like statues, which is great. But I want to make sure that the little guys aren't super fragile and brittle. Which is tricky because I want this armor to look really elegant. I'm not loving that. Let's go ahead and delete that. I do like this shape. And I also have some detailing brushes I'm really excited to add in ornamentation. Which means I'll have some more excuses here to use the matchmaker brush, which I don't use very often because I find that it's kind of finicky. But when it does work, it's really awesome. There it is. So yeah, this is what, again, details get all the credit, like I always say. This is what's going to make the armor look super fancy and super important, but getting the main base shape is the most important part. I'm very interested why this is not creasing, because that is the border. Oh, now you work. See, that's what I was, okay. It's probably because the polygroups. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Mystery solved. If you have all of them turned on, they are not like a union operation necessarily. Okay, so I now have that line all the way across, just like I wanted. There we go. There we go. So now we have this like trim detail here and this base shape. I'm not worrying about thickness right now. Eloa says, at the M3DM Tavern, we are base shape enjoyers. You better be, because that's what we're doing today. Kate says, sounds like you're telling on Ray. They're exploiting the plane market again for their own financial gain. Yeah, Ray does that. It's okay. That's why we have mods. All right, we're going to decimate this trim here because it doesn't need to be 50,000 points. That's silly. All right, this is looking good. And then what kind of detailing do I want on this? I like when I just pick a couple that are next to each other and they can go back and forth. So for example, this filigree is not going to match as well with like these rounded elements. You either want all of it to be really like fluffy and filigree and clear, or maybe like a lattice detail. Just like know what kind of details that you're adding. It keeps your whole piece looking more coherent. For this, I really am going for a simpler character here. So I think I'm gonna go with more of like this brooch look. I say simple and I find like the most elaborate shape. Like to me, this is reading simple. Oh yeah, I haven't done a pulling reset in a while. Yeah, it's coming. I think that's going to be more on the front of her chest. This is why I have lots of references. See how all of this fits together. Interesting. Starting to bring in a different color scheme here so I can kind of see what I've worked on and what I haven't. All right, I do like that. I'm sorry, adding some fine details. I'm gonna re-export this again. Pauldron low. And then again, what's great about this is that they're all different polygroups. So I can grab just that base shape here or the bits of trim and kind of see what I want to keep or what I don't want to keep. All right, I have a plan. I'm gonna keep this really thin. I'm gonna bevel just the edge right here once, gets that nice look there. And then I'm going to hand mask this inner portion, and that's what I'm going to extrude, not a lot of thickness too. That way it's completely hidden, but I still get this delicate armor look. And you wouldn't have to do this if you're making like a game asset. Again, this is the 3D printing consideration. So I'm going to go to Extrude Polygroup Island, and there you go. So that's going to like grab onto her shoulder, and then I don't have to worry about any problems there. Excellent. Nice and substantial. Let me go ahead and add in some creases here. Just something that looks nice when this gets subdivided. Definitely going to crease the edge because I don't want to lose any of this volume. And then anywhere where I have this like welded trim almost, that's how I'm thinking of it, I want that creased as well. I like that crease right here a lot. Looks great. Let's add some more. You'll see that I'm like adding it, dropping my subdivs, going back and forth just to see what I like. Yeah, it's gorgeous. We're gonna keep that. And then I could probably exaggerate this even more, by using my damn standard brush and backface mask. Let's go ahead and turn on lazy mouse. So I have these really like long sweeping lines. There we go. I'm probably gonna add a lot of these details by hand. So this is where that combination of like hard surface sculpting and organic sculpting comes in. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's really, really simple. How would this be structured? Oh, I'm thinking. I was going to add a lot of these detailed ornaments, but now that I have this brush and I'm feeling comfortable with this piece of armor, I might just add a lot of this detailing by hand. And that only works because this is such a clean base shape. You understand? All right, what's gonna flow? So this piece of armor has like this kind of flow, right? It's like this sweeping arc, which means I can add like a spiral here. I can do a bunch of branching filigree, but everything is gonna flow off and down the shoulder. I don't wanna do like this. So yeah, that's not very nice. Even if I make it filigree, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then Luciana says, for 3D printing minis, the thin part should be no less than 1 millimeter thick, I guess. Yeah, you can go with a hard number if you want. But usually as you just keep working, hey, RV's here. Hello, good morning. As you make a bunch of them, you kind of are used to comfortable to eyeball it. All my regulars are going to sigh right now collectively, but I have been doing this for 6 years. I've made over 1,000 models, so it's not something I have to like measure manually at this point. Yeah, it's been a while. We've been RB-less. I haven't seen myself, Ray. I am lost. Well, consider yourself found. I think the more sharp curves that I add to this, the more I'm going to like this armor. So I'm really taking my time on this one pauldron because I'm going to detail everything else in a very similar fashion. Ray says, Mia, if one of us made a comment on thickness of your mesh for 3D printing, you would execute us 100% because you guys have been here long enough and you know better. If someone's new and they're just commenting on it, that's interesting. But even Luciano wasn't even like criticizing it. He was like, I think like 1 millimeter is a good rule of thumb. Yeah. But you're right, Ray. I would 100% give you a super hard time. And then RV asks, how is everyone doing? Hope you're doing good. We're doing fantastic. I'm gonna keep that really nice and simple and clean. I quite like how that looks. And I can use move and backface mask to bring these edges up even further for more of a dramatic look. Armor is so funny because it looks really boring until it's done, and it's like, wow, that looks cool. I've decided that I don't like that crease coming down this far, so I'm going to keep lowering my subdivision levels and then just smoothing that out. There we go. Very nice. Nice and clean. And then last but not, I really liked that curved tube brush, and then with move and backface mask trick, that really gave a cool effect. I'm going to remember that. All right, I'm gonna merge these down and then add that thing. Rondel? I think it starts with an R. Eloa says, I have never seen anyone use a comma in place of a decimal point before. I swear that's like a European thing. I've seen that 100 times. Hey, just singles here. Redeem, hydrate. Thank you. That's been very helpful recently. I straight up just don't drink water. All right, that looks gorgeous. Wow. Okay, that makes me a lot more excited for the rest of the model. And then we'll take this warm goldish bronze color and then add this thing. It's supposed to be more like right here, but I don't really have room for it. I'll make room for it. All right. We're going to split mask points, bring up a 3D gizmo, and then extrude this. Because again, 3D printing. Also, just so it doesn't fall off the model, it just makes my life easier. Bam. Ooh, that looks really nice. Awesome. Oh, thank you so much, RB. That is extremely generous. Oh, hey, my mod now has a membership again, thanks to you. Yeah, look at all these regulars getting their stuff. Good, good. Thank you so much. Check that out. Awesome. Oh, that means Tavern Pet, doesn't it? Yes, I can math. I'm trying to do math. Okay, that definitely is more than $35. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Again, everyone really appreciates that and likes being included and whatnot. I recognize almost all of these names I got picked too. Eloa says, European thing. Bam, that's over 40 countries worth of different cultures. Yeah, I know, and a lot of y'all use commas. Since like that over here, I've never seen anything other than decimal point. I know what I said. Careful, I'm just going to refer to the whole continent. I'll just be like, you know, Asia. Awesome. RB, were you wanting a Tavern Pet? Or are you just being generous? Because I know sometimes you just do this. But if you want, that's also an option. Either way, I'm going to fill up our tip goal for the day. And this is the first day I've had this bar up in a long time too, because we've had the Kickstarter going and just various. There we go. We're all green. We didn't fill up today. We just bam maxed out all at once. Oh, Jules just said thank you to RV. Yeah, I guess that you lurk and hang out quite a bit because that's how they pick the memberships. One, your account has to allow it, and then two, it's just based on like watch time. So I guess you brought out a lurker. Also, hi Jules, thank you. Beautiful. No special request. Sounds good. Just Single has redeemed a Tavern brick. I think you already have one. Back when we had bricks. We don't have that anymore. Sounds good. Well, awesome. We'll just keep on keeping on then. All right, we have one gorgeous piece of armor done. Just one. But I love it. I'm very, very proud of it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get this as close to ready as possible. So I'm gonna go ahead and remesh and union this piece now because armor is one of those things that can get really high poly and out of hand very quickly. So I remeshed this, there's no individual poly groups. I'm gonna merge this down to this pauldron. So this pauldron as of right now get out of here, is 100,000 points. So you can see how this became a problem very quickly. But when we are posing, I need this to be a lot lower. And also because it's armor, I don't need to have nice subdivision levels. I don't need to have high poly. I don't need to have anything like that because it's armor, right? It's not going to deform at all. So I can pretty much post-process this character as I am creating it. So this is 100,000 points, and that's 15,000. You can see the topology change, but see how the detail does not change. And that's the beauty of Decimation Master. Awesome. So I'm going to save this high poly version as well into my asset library, which again, that's why I want to make sure I saved a copy of this that was nice and low poly based on what we based on the original base shape. So that way if I want to iterate more versions of this with small tweaks, I can. So we'll call this Pauldron High. And again, because one's high detail and one's low detail. And finally, mirror and weld. There we go. It took us a little bit of time, but it's really slick. That's some nice looking armor. Yeah, Sean says, what was a Taver brick? Yeah, so back when, this was a couple months ago since we've had it, but essentially the loading screens and stuff, instead of being this like lovely banner that Eloa made, it was just a bunch of bricks, and we'd fill the bricks with member names and whatnot. Now we just have a nice banner. And you used to be able to buy a brick with, you know, the fake currency poing, just in case, like, I get everyone's financial situation is different, but I want you guys to be able to be included. So there's that hangout day after day, accumulate a lot of poing. So that was kind of a way to include everybody. I'm going to be remodeling the whole poing store so you guys can be a little bit more involved and whatnot. There's a lot of things cooking, so we haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah. Thank you, Sater, for explaining poing in the chat. Thank you. Perfect timing. Hey, Monkey. Greetings. I love that you always say greetings, humans. It makes me laugh every time. And I really do picture just a literal monkey at the keyboard. Redeem peasant rations. All right, well, I'm gonna keep on keeping on here. It's time to work on this breastplate. I'm gonna make a lot of these shapes more dramatic and more interesting. Again, we did these initial, just like really simple forms on yesterday's stream. Just making sure I have all the right pieces, and then today we're bringing it all together. RV asked Just Single, what is this peasant rations? Just Single just like makes up commands. One day I'm gonna make them real. Sater says, Mia, you mean launching a Kickstarter, creating a whole website, filling Patreon requests, and having life takes up too much time to allow to build a fake economy? Exactly. Well put. Hey, Taylor's here. How are the patrons of the tavern faring this morning? Very well. We're faring great. We're making fancy armor, which I don't do very often, so I'm really taking my time, and it's coming out splendidly, if I do say so myself. I think I made the gaps on this a little dramatic, but I plan to spend a lot of time making these like belts and buckles that attach. So if I'm going to spend that much time working on it, I want it to be nice and easily visible. Yeah, as we work on this, I'm going to slowly change the colors. It's a nice visual cue for me. Kind of keeps me motivated. Because armor's a bit of a slog, let's be real. Ooh, that's cute. I love how it did that instead of going straight. Why? That's fine. I'll just zero mesh by same, not half. By same, and you're gonna fix yourself. Or not. Mocks my authority. Let's go back to the original one we had. And then zero mesh by same, not half. That's where we got into trouble. There we go. And a reminder, when you crease poly loops, like if I want to crease this loop right here, I don't click on that. it goes to what's perpendicular from it. So I'll actually click on this line, and that's how we get that horizontal. Nope, she is spilling out. Nope, put yourself away. Not that kind of armor. little literal on the boob armor there. I like this kind of heart shape it's forming at the top. I'll probably use some extrude loops to make that collar thing. I might just make it an entirely separate piece though that sits on top. I'm undecided. I do want this to retain its shape a little better, so I'm going to crease this edge. So we'll go to, instead of poly loop, we'll go to edge loop complete, and that's how I can crease that edge. There we go. So yeah, same thing. If you are confused by clicking on the wrong line, you can just change it from creasing edge loop to poly loop instead, and then you can actually click on the line you're looking at, and that will work. There's many options. Justin will ask, can we have some more resin flavors? I'll keep that in mind. What flavors of resin do you like best? As of now, all I can think about is that pot roast I made yesterday that's in the fridge. I want pot roast flavored resin. Justin Will says thank you. You're very welcome. I'm actually going to text my husband if he can get that heating up. Can you heat up the pot roast? Again, it's 1,000,000 degrees, so my husband isn't working in the loft like he used to, so he's out of the basement, which means he's inside, which is great because I can text him for favors and like, hey, coffee, hey, pot roast. It's great. Taylor says, Mia, I mean, edible resin would be interesting, 3D printable foods. If you're interested in that, you should look up 3D printing with chocolate. It is a thing. Beautiful. Monkey says, obviously this knight does not listen to the Wu-Tang Clan, for they have failed to protect their neck. She is not done, but yeah. That was great. Sweet. Ricky's on it. Speaking of, let's go ahead and create that other piece. I'm gonna go to the base mesh here, which is absolutely cursed. Don't worry about it. And we'll start creating that shape. When you're creating armor pieces, it's really not super complicated. You simply go to your base mesh, something that does not have subdivision levels, and then you take a masking brush by holding Control, and you kind of just paint on the shape of what you want. Go ahead and click on Extract after that. You got this funny topology business going on. Just ZRemesh by half, and that will clean it up considerably. I like to turn adaptive size down to 0 to get as many like even quads as possible, not respecting the shape of the mesh or the body underneath that much, focusing more on just clean polys. Once you're back here, if you inflate the entire mesh, you'll get a much closer fit. And then past that, you'll have to actually, sculpt and change it by hand. I like to turn on double so that we can actually see the mesh. And then some more masking and general shaping. There we go. And there you go. You have added an armor piece. So when working with armor, you really don't want to fiddle with the move brush too much. I use it to make like large adjustments. And then for the fine tuning, I do a lot of polish by features. See, like that would have taken me forever to do by hand. And if you want more control or however polish by features handles, you can also do that. which is going to be adding creases and then polish by features, or even polygroups. You got a lot of options of how you can handle that. Spider-Man neck. Yeah, totally. Cider says, Mia, no shout out for the 3D printed streaks or stakes. No, I have not even heard of that. What? So like extrude like meat paste? I don't know how I feel about that. Odd. Hey, Steamworks is here. Ayo. Welcome in, welcome in. I can't wait to print a flank steak. I never know what we're going to talk about in the chat. All right, I want this pretty form-fitting. I can turn on transparency to really make sure that it's fitting nicely. This is going to be a really fantastic stream to reference back to kind of help creating your own armor. Because it's tricky. It really is. It's a lot more just like sitting with your pen down, looking at it, as opposed to just a lot of sculpting, honestly. Oh, that's odd. That was neat. I don't know if you guys saw that. It like exploded for a second there. It's cool. We fixed it. So yeah, I'm going ahead and using that technique I mentioned earlier, which is I am creasing the model and then polish by features, and it kind of gives this like nice shape. What am I listening to? This is so dramatic. We're going to restart that playlist because I don't know where we are anymore. I'm listening to Studio Ghibli Vibe playlist on Spotify. I highly recommend it. Sean says, not knowing the chat's topic is all the fun though. This is true. Generally, we talk about the best things. Also agreed, Steamworks. Also, I am so hungry. Oh my goodness. I'll be taking a break in like 20 minutes to eat pot roast and I'll come back. All right, we have a new piece of armor here. I like the base shape I have created, so I'm gonna go ahead and... Actually, you know what? I don't like it. I wanna add more to it. I'm gonna extrude one more line. So I'm going to hold spacebar over this edge, and then it's going to be extrude. Where is it? Edge loop. Isn't that cool? And again, it's somewhat camera sensitive. I think if you hold shift, it'll snap. Ooh, it will. Hello, if I could have your attention, this is important. And any of my students. So when using Z modeler brush and using extrude edge loop, it kind of like moves wherever your pen goes. But if you hold down shift, it will snap to increments with like precision. So yeah, extrude and hold shift. Very important. All right, let's go ahead and do crease, edge loop complete. There we go. This is why I like doing these streams where I'm really learning on stream. This isn't something that I create very often. And that's why it's a fantastic thing to stream. All right, I'm fixing my creases because now they're all goofed up. You really shouldn't crease your model until you're done working on it. And I know that. All right, that looks pretty good. All right, I'm happy with this piece right here. I don't know what to call it, so I'll call it neck armor. And we'll put this in my asset library. First, I'm going to crease a couple of these edges. Everything is nice and where it should be. Very good. Excellent. Eloa says, noted. Very good. Just Lingual also loves listening to Studio Ghibli Lo-Fi. My people, my peasants. Neck protect. Oh, it is called a gorget. Yeah. I'm gonna go with collar. I'm trying not to break my rule, like the body always wins, but like her lats are so gigantic, or not lats, this thing, traps are so gigantic that it's making it difficult to make this armor exaggerated in silhouette. Again, you work around the body. You do not deform the body underneath to suit your armor, your dramatic armor needs. Which drives me crazy, because every now and then I want to exaggerate the shapes. That's not how you do it. Okay. This is a really clean shape that I'm going to make a lot of cool stuff from, so I'm going to go ahead and export it. This is going to be color low, because I'm not going to remember whatever gorget is. Oh, it's French. Gorget. That makes more sense. Gorget. Gorget. Okay, I like it more then. Alrighty. Time to do the same thing we did before. So this is kind of the technique that I am putting together here with this plate mail full plate mail. I make a base shape nice and clean. And then once I have that, I'm going to go to stroke and frame mesh. I'm going to make sure it turns on crease edges as well. And then I'll use my curve 2 brush to kind of add this like little bead detail. I think of it like a weld. I don't think that's not what it is. I think it's just rolled metal. And then split mask point. So it's kind of like step 1. So I can go ahead and color that. There we go. And what's really cool with this piece here is that if I go with move and backface mask, I can use this like rolled section and really pull off some cool shapes. Check that out. Especially around the collar. I really love that. And then it's all 3D print friendly and just really nice little detail. I've also found that it's really nice to add creases like manually instead of, so again, you can crease using the Z brush, but you can also come with Damn Standard and hold down Option to invert the brush. 1 second. Try and get this demo working. There we go. And just manually add these creases, and having lazy mouse turned on is really important for this to get those like crisp lines. But yeah, I dig that. I do want this to be a bit more layered. So I think I'm gonna do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some thickness here. I can add quite a lot because we're not gonna see the edge. It's just gonna disappear into the model. So I'm gonna take advantage of that. And then next I'm gonna add like this layering plate technique, and I actually learned this when I was creating the Warforged for Foxy. Does it mean that I'm gonna remember how to do it? No, but it's something to do with Q-mesh and extrude poly loops. All right, extrude, no, not extrude, Q-mesh. Q-mesh is a lot like extrude, except that it will like auto snap and be smart. I don't know why I did this. Like it does smart stuff, but sometimes it's not always the most predictable. Here you go. So see this? See how it's like snapping to that other edge loop right here? So when I raise this up, it will stop at a certain point. If I alternate between Q-mesh and extrude, I can get this cool like layering effect. So yeah. It's not folded the way that I wanted it to be though, so I'm gonna remember how to do that. Oh, I think I'm remembering it. I think I did extrude. And then I did Q-mesh under it. And then extrude again. Something like that. And I can't remember if I worked down or worked up, but it's cool either way. Gorget is how frog folk pronounce it. Gorget. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of neck to justify having it. Beautiful. Monkey's like, no. Yeah, pronounce it all hillbilly like. Gorget. I do that when I order fancy wine sometimes. Oh, that's beautiful. Taylor says, I love that neck protection plate. Maybe it can include some kind of brooch, like a wing design or like a moth. Yeah, I love that idea. Okay, yeah, screw this layering thing that I'm doing. I want room for this like wing-like detailing because I already have these this ornament brush ready to go. So we can grab some filigree that still kind of matches these rondels that I have. Something kind of like, something longer. I mean, I can always edit it too. Not like that. Okay, we're gonna do just one at a time because I'm getting confused. There we go. Something like this. I'm just doing this really quickly to get the shape going. I can use my transpose line to really quickly bend this. And then of course, just a good old move brush. I'll need to be careful to make sure this actually fits the armor nicely. I could always use the matchmaker brush to really help me out if I need it. I'm really moving this around because I'm kind of just concepting with this shape right here. If I really like it and need it more cleaned up, I can always do that later. Ah, see, that's really cool. The thickness is a little weird all over the place, but I can fix that. Interesting. And then what if I duplicated it and moved that around? I definitely want something right there. I don't like what I ended up with right here, but I found some curves that I really liked. Let's try again. Also, I need to move this breastplate up a little bit. There we go. RV says, Mia, what can I redeem for 3,000 poing? I'll put up confetti or hearts. How's that? Ooh, that's more of the shape that I was wanting. Check that out. I think Taylor's gonna like that too. Okay, carefully move that into place. I'm gonna subdivide it once. It's not quite as delicate as I want it to be, but it's really close. And then maybe with a little bit of mask my polygroup, so 100 and pinch, I can really kind of control how delicate that fades out. Yeah, something more like that. Like, I know it's subtle, like it looks very similar. But you know how it is. Devil's in the details. That's why I love this ornament brush. It's from JRO. So if you type in JRO at ArtStation or Flip Normals, I guarantee you'll find all of their stuff. It's like the only brush pack that I've purchased and still use like at all to this day. It's just really good, clean work. And what's really cool is I can actually delete elements from it too, because again, it's all nicely polygrouped. I think I kind of like it the way it is right there. Ah, that's gorgeous. Arby says, what about 7,000? Oh my goodness, you now have 7,000. I have no idea. But if you get to 10,000, I'm going to nuke everybody's poing. Say, you guys are so lucky I can't nuke this thing. Yeah, the heist odds are really good. The heist odds are still the same from my Kickstarter launch stream. Yeah. Speaking of, I haven't even looked at my Kickstarter. How is that doing? It's been a few days. So we launched last Friday. The goal was 1,000, and it's going swimmingly. We almost have 100 backers, and so many of these are you guys. So thank you so much. This is huge. This is like legitimately house money. So yeah, that will easily cover, what is it? Earnest money? There's so many weird things. Houses are so expensive. What the heck, y'all? But anyway, there's so many like fees and things that need to get covered. And I want to have a giant pile of money before I even start getting my hopes up and shopping. So every Kickstarter that we have like this really makes a huge, huge difference. And if you don't have a 3D printer or if you don't have any money, you could still be part of it. We made a $1 tier just for y'all so I can shout you guys out, and you're still part of it. So yeah. I think, bam. I should have that linked in the chat. Bam. If you haven't already, check it out because it's awesome and I'm super proud of it, and it's FDM and resin compatible. So yeah. Thank you again to Taylor for this awesome like wing idea. It's just gorgeous. I'm gonna lower it into the plate a little bit more because I can get this like tapering effect. Oh, that is gorgeous. I love that. Let's see if I can add some nice creases as well. This is subdividing very strangely. I'm sure that's not a problem. I'll deal with that later. Gorgeous. Oh my goodness. I think my skills have improved enough that I love making armor. It's happened. I've come full circle. And I said that last stream too, where it's funny, like things I complain about or I find frustrating or tedious, it usually, once I get a little better at it, I find out if I actually like doing it or not. Never trust yourself when you're thinking about whether you like an art form or not, or a process or not. Wait until you get a little good at it and then decide. Because nobody likes being bad at things. Unless you have a really good attitude. Maybe you do. I don't. I have to be kind of good at something before I decide if I like it or not. Alright, I'm going to take this little detail here. Maybe I can do something really fun. Something really subtle. It's just on the back of the model, which means I can be a little crazy with it. There we go. Something kind of like that. Just having fun. Yeah, I think I was really overcomplicating armor. It's not nearly as scary as I thought. You just have to keep going. So, unlike fabric, once you get the base shape looking even halfway decent, just like start detailing it. Alright, I'm gonna leave this alone before I get too detail heavy with it. But man, am I having a good time. Ray, Mia, never trust yourself. Ray, gotcha. You know what I mean. Another thing kind of weird with the way I'm designing this is usually I move around the design, right? So I don't stay in any one area for too long. And this is the complete opposite. I am pretty much finishing each area before I move on, or each piece of armor. What's really going to make this model look super cool is when I go through at the end and I add a bunch of like those tertiary details where I add like wear and tear. Which means I will not get in the habit of decimating these down too much, because I would like to add some wear and tear later. Good to know. I can always just dynamesh it after the fact. Or not dynamesh, just subdivide. I got options. Sean says, wear and tear? Yes, please. Absolutely. Let's see if I have any like metal dent brushes. I think I do. If not, I can just do it by hand. Or just a noise modifier in general. You know, I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, nope. I'm not going to use a custom brush for it. I'll just bring in a noise modifier. Because I don't get to show that to you guys very often either. It is a learning stream. Okay, so we want to add some noise. Some damage, because Sean's is super excited. It got me excited about it too. So I'm gonna show you guys how to do this now. I'm also gonna show you guys this on the pauldron to see if I can recover this thing that I might have goofed up the order. Nope, we are not goofed up. We are successful. Great. So I've isolated just this one pauldron and I've subdivided it to 500,000 points. It's perfectly clean and nice. What I could do is come through with my damp sander brush and like add some dents and stuff like this. But to make something look really fancy, You want to get into like proper tertiary details, which usually is done with a noise modifier. Facebook code. Why is my husband in my Facebook? All right, we'll go over to comma for lightbox and then noise. There it is. So just look at these, find something that has a bunch of little dots or dents. This might be a good one. You can double click it to get a preview, but honestly, the preview looks pretty busted usually. Don't worry about it. I'll show you how to fix it. There we go. That's a good one. And also don't worry about the color. You can change the color, okay? I know a lot of my students are like, oh my God, the noise modifiers are terrible. I'm like, no, you just don't know how to use them. All right, so I liked this one, but I want to fix it, right? So after I do that little preview, I'm gonna come down to surface, and you'll see noise is already highlighted because I was playing with that in Lightbox. And then click edit. Your mesh will be out in the middle of nowhere. Click on frame, then you can actually see it. Okay, so now that we're here, we can really start playing around with it. Noise plug is going to adjust how intense or how dense this noise is. Density of noise. So I usually go for something on the lighter side. Not too crazy, right? Same with the plug-in scale. So I'm going to reduce both. You can actually see how this is, what modifier this is being based on. So it's actually like this, almost like a scaling pattern, which you could use for even like an alligator. Just keep this in mind when you play around with stuff, because it usually has a lot of different functions. Anyway, so I'm going to find a value that I like, and then finally play with the strength. Whether you add or subtract the strength is also really important, because it'll affect how that works. In this case, you could build up. It kind of looks more like it's rusted. The rust eats away from the material. You know what I mean? Versus being subtractive. So in this case, a positive value subtracts and a negative value adds. Again, just play with both. There's no hard and fast rule. I never do magnify by mass or mix basic noise. I really just mess with these. The basic noise, play with everything. Play with all the things. And then this curve down here also does stuff. There's lots of stuff. Last but not least, you can also adjust the angle and the scaling. And if you don't like how it's affecting the edges, that's where UVs come in. So a UV map is like when you take a box and you break it down and it's all flat. Okay? So that's going to dictate where the seams are and the way that this comes together. I'm not too picky, so this is fine. And let's say you don't really want it applied to the entire mesh. Like, I don't really want the entire piece of armor being damaged, right? So here's what I'll do. I'll click on OK. It's not actually applied, just a preview. And then I'll go to, instead of apply to mesh, which gets me this result, which looks great, I'm going to click mask by noise. I'm going to click it a few times. So now I have a mask of that noise. It's not actually applied to the mesh. So if I hold command and click off the mesh, it'll invert it. I can actually take my move brush and push this around, and I can manually control where I want to add that damage. See what I mean? I pretty much only use mask by noise unless I'm like blanketing a texture. But yeah, there's a little noise modifier demo. You can just tell by looking at this one versus this one, it just immediately looks so much more interesting and lived in. Yeah. Oh, very conveniently, our viewers like jumped while I was explaining that. It's cool stuff. It's very cool stuff. Do you guys have any questions? Because that was a ton of information. So if you're like, what? Just ask, and I can break it down in 30 seconds. I can summarize everything I just said. If you want a summary, type in the chat at M3DM. It'll ping my name and put summary, please. Sean says, it is noise, but it is noise. That was very lame. I love it. I like lame things. I really do. I like dry humor. Eloa says, Mia, to back up what you were teaching, please check student artwork when you can. Of course. Student artwork. Oh, check this out. Oh, Eloa. God. This is fantastic. Eloa has gone through the liberty of taking screenshots of this process and what creating armor looks like. A short timeline of Mia creating her newest armor set from block out to refining shapes to detail. See how all the heavy lifting was put in place early and then brought together in the detailing phase. Okay, I'll get the hearts out of the way. But this just warms my entire soul. Check this out. So if you missed yesterday's live stream, check this out, because this is going to show all of it pretty quickly. Again, you can kind of see all these pieces are coming together. This was all done yesterday. And you guys could tell at the end of yesterday's stream, I was not impressed. I know I did good work, but I was like, yep, looks like armor. And then the magic started happening today with the secondary forms and details. That's fantastic. And then the very bottom here, because it kind of jumped into a new one. There we go. Awesome. Eloa, I really appreciate this. You know that. If you don't, you do now. Like, just the things that you draw attention to highlight usually strongly correspond with what I'm trying to feature and focus on. So I really, really, really appreciate you. What's a stronger word than appreciate? I just keep putting reallys in front of it. Very nice. Thank you. RV says, oh yeah, good. Empress is taking notes. Good, good, good. RV says that works with the patterns as well as alphas. You know, surface noise, I don't know how to combine an alpha and make it into a surface noise. But yes, you could use alphas instead to get a similar effect. Absolutely, you could. Eloa put the little like heart thing. For the longest time, I did not understand what this meant at all. I'm like, yeah, it's a little heart. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. Sean says, lame, excuse you, my puns are top tier. Just kidding. Ray says, Mia, so for 3D printing, how deep do you have to make the noise effect for it to show up? That's a really good question. I know just by looking, and that's not helpful. So I'm trying to think of a rule or something that's like concrete and actionable. What I would do two things. I would turn off polypaint, and I would also make sure that ambient occlusion is also turned off. And I would zoom in, and I would look at it. And I would make sure that the noise that's applied is at least like half the intensity as my secondary forms. So in this case, the crease right here, you can kind of see it's built up like by like that much or something. Like you can see how tall it is, right? I'm going to make sure that the surface noise that's also applied is a similar depth. And if you're not sure, just come over to your contrast slider, which is under deformation stuff. I'll tell you. Where is it? There it is. If you go to Tool, Deformation, Contrast, you can always just bump this up. So when in doubt, that's the before, that's the after, which I need to do that right now. So thank you, Ray. Bump it up when in doubt. And you can go through and smooth if anything got too gnarly. Yeah, so look at your smallest details, such as like the secondary forms, like this beveling here, and just really make sure that it stands up to that. Because if you sculpt on something like this and do like a bunch of little lines, like you can't even see that, right? Because surface noise, you're right, like that will not really show up. But that, if I click number 1 on my keyboard, that will. It's hard to give a rule, but that's like the best rule I can come up with. Does that make sense? If you're like, no, then let me think on it. I'll come up with a better one. Ray says, very cool. Yeah. Hey, Foxy's here. Big heist wins tonight. Does Mia need to lower the chances? Yeah, I'm going to nuke the economy after today, so go nuts. I mean, there's nothing you can buy right now, so it's fine. Yeah. It is a free-for-all right now. Ooh, Eloa, great point here to Empress. If you don't want to deal with the detailing or noise in ZBrush, that is what Substance Painter specializes at doing. That's further down the line. Yeah, also, I don't know this. I'm genuinely asking Eloa and other 3D artists because I've never used Substance Painter. Is Substance Painter, when it generates like noise and texturing, is it a texture? So it's a picture of, you know, details, or is it actually deforming the mesh? I have not checked. I'm curious. Good. All right, I really like this detailing here. Came out quite nice. I'm gonna click on mirror and weld. Let's merge all this down. Beautiful. Oh, I merged onto the wrong thing. Gasp. Doesn't matter. Just mask, split mask points. You're okay. There we go. And now mirror, mirror, and weld. And also don't make your deformations and like the grunge you added symmetrical, because that defeats the whole purpose of wear and tear. If you're lazy, I mean, if you want to be really efficient, you can make it symmetrical and then come through with a smooth brush at the end and then kind of smooth one side but not the other. I also encourage you guys when you're making, you know, putting wear and tear on your pieces to help, like, it's an opportunity to tell a story as well. Like, you can put like a huge gash on one pauldron but not the other, as if it was like a deflected sword strike, you know? And that could be an opportunity to also add more like maybe scarring on that side of the character too. I mean, technically, I guess if the armor absorbed the strike, their scarring would be on the other side of their face probably. Yeah, but anyway. RV says, Mia, I've worked on my project a bit, not too much, so I think I'll keep updating it from tomorrow. Sounds good. Eloa mentioned Substance is super powerful and has so many features, but it uses texture maps. Okay, that's what I thought. Because if it didn't, I'm like, that's useful to my workflow. But if it's just texture maps, then I don't care, sadly, for me. So exactly what you're doing on the shoulder pauldrons, but more options. That's what I thought. Man, I wish they could also deform the mesh. Neat map. That's okay. Man, now that I have the tertiary noise on these pauldrons, but not the neck piece, it looks so boring. Oh, also, you don't have to redo your surface noise like over and over and over again. When you have noise pulled up, you can click copy and then you can start pasting it. I forgot to do that, so now I have to do it by hand again, but just putting that out there. A lot of really great commentary and questions here. I love it. Ray mentions technically you can make meshes in Substance Painter, but it's clunky. That's good to know. I will keep to what I am doing. But I like knowing the things. So instead of using surface noise for this one, I'm going to see if I have like a rock damage brush and see if I can get a similar effect. Since I think RB was asking about alphas, and I'm like, yes. And I think a rock texture will actually double as like noise. Yeah, it totally does. Keep in mind, there are so many ways to get the same things done. And using a combination of techniques is usually the way to go. Yeah, this looks like pitting on the armor. So this is really light and it's barely going to show up, but that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't stick to the surface quite as well. It really wants to deform the surface a lot more. So I'm going to use my layer brush instead and see if I can copy that alpha. So here's the alpha that I like. Can I move that onto a different brush? I know I can, I just want to know how much work I have to do to achieve that. Yeah, because it's not sticking down here. I'll look at that later. Oh, ZBrush crashed. It says, you are not going to look at that anymore. Just kidding. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. It's almost time for my break and pot roast. I'm very excited. There it is. What can I do with 17,000 poing? Oh my god. Look at you guys go. Nothing. You get a pat on the head. You can ask my mods to remove all of the poing from someone else. Alright, we're going to decimate this. Technically, someone could cheekily redeem the pet. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, but you could. Oh, that's right. I did say I'd nuke. You know what? Yeah, I am. Y'all are getting reset right now. It's happening. All right, where do I do this? It's happening on stream. This is why we can't have nice things. There we go. It's happening in 3, 2, 1, nuke. You guys have nothing. And I'm also going to live fix these heist odds, but I'm not going to show you what the heist odds are going to be. I hope you guys had your fun. I know Ray is like screaming. And it's gone. Eloa says, Mia, really early on streams, you mentioned that using H polish or flattened brush across small pieces to create like a hammered forge look. Do you still do that? Yes. Do you like this kind of thing? But you know what works better than that, honestly? Because I've since improved. It's still just surface. It's just surface noise still. So if you come over to noise and instead of clicking, click edit again right here. Hey, new sub. Thanks, Joe. You click edit again, don't mess with it. This likes to crash a lot. Like really take your time. Like I cannot stress that enough, or save a lot. Come over to corrugated, dense, erosion. This is like really where it's at. If you use Voronoi really carefully, I'm gonna show you guys something cool. You can get that hammered look. It didn't do it. It's like, no. This is just this is just the same mask from earlier. Come on. I'm also previewing this on where a noise is already active. Here. Let me just do like a full-on demo, because ZBrush is like, you already did this once to this mesh. And it's not wrong. Okay. I want to show this technique to you guys because I also use the same technique to create water and splashing waves. And I've never seen anyone else do that. And it's just really powerful and it's really cool. So again, noise plugin, click on Voronoi. And then you can adjust the plugin scale and the strength. And of course, as you guys probably called it, I'm just going to use the mask. I'm not going to actually click apply. There we go. This works really well. Okay, I'm messing with this a little bit to get the what I like. It's been a while since I've done it. So I pulled this curve over so it has more of a fall off. I'm gonna click OK. And then mask by noise. Again, gently, because ZBrush really likes to crash during this. All right, so you kind of get this texture. Whenever it's loading, again, don't touch it. There we go. Invert that mask, and then I'm gonna pick just like a section of this to mask off. This is like that splashing waves technique I was talking about. Grab your move brush and just click and drag. This is so high res. Can you please relax? We don't need to be 8 million polys, thanks. So if you have this technique like this, and then you smooth it, I'm actually too high res for this. I'm at 2 million polys and it's like exploding my everything. There we go. Now I'm at 500,000 points. There we go. You see this? It totally looks like splashing waves, depending how you manipulate it. Let's come over to spiral. There we go. It needs some like shaping and stuff, but it's pretty powerful and does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. And then let me go ahead and grab a render here of some models I've used this exact technique on. Just so you can see the finished product too. I use this for my greater water elemental. So these waves were done using that technique, but just mute it down considerably. And then same with the ocean rocks. I'm not sure if I have renders of these or just the sculpts. Sweet. So all of that water was done with a similar technique as well. Keeps it looking really organic and not overworked. It's pretty fun. Just Single says, Mia, when creating effects such as water, do you consider it primary, secondary, or tertiary? Does it depend on the model or size of the effect compared to the rest of the model? That's a great question. I mean, like anything, you have to have all three for it to read the way it's supposed to. Water makes me roll my eyes because depending how you handle the secondary and tertiary forms, you'll have fire or smoke instead very, very easily. RB says, let's share a secret, guys. Don't tell Mia. I lost nothing in the reset. Really? What? You didn't. Why? Everyone else got nuked. I'm not sure why that happened. And you can't keep secrets from me in my own chat. That is great. I have no idea why that happened. Probably because I did it in Safari, not Chrome, and half of my apps or things don't work in Safari, or it's so weird. I'm coming for you guys. There's no avoiding it. Oh my goodness, it kept both RB and Ray, sure enough. Nope. Distraction. I did it again. Are we doing horse armor as well? Yeah. Ray is no longer immortal. Nice try. I really don't like the way that noise worked. No, I actually do like it. I lied. So noisy. Mask. Behold, she has smited the false prophet. It's true. You guys are so silly. Alright, why is there this nonsense? Stop being nonsense. There we go. Ah, it's from when I subdivided. I see. Ray just called me a killjoy. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I have all the powers. Let's see. You're gonna be in timeout for a whole minute and think about what you've done. I think Ray is the only person I've ever put in timeout in the last month. You guys know I'm a tyrant. Ray even shared helpful information about Substance Painter, and I'm like, it wasn't enough. Also, Ray, get to work on your dragon. Evil Mia, why can't you let us enjoy gambling? Why? Both of you guys have art to do. Foxy, you know what would annoy Ray? If you were to give me 10,000 points. Eloa, why would I do that? Eloa didn't say no. Didn't say no. Ray is back. Mia, you're just jealous you have to work while we gamble. Typical brown top wearer. Oh my god. For this slander in my own chat, you get 5 minutes. Nuke. You know, I didn't wear this shirt yesterday. I even thought about it too. I was like, ha, Ray won't be able to give me crap for this today. And you weren't there. And then you came back the day that I'm wearing this again. Oh, Ricky would like the code. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. You can come in, Ricky. I don't know if he's watching the stream. This is so late. I'm so sorry. Ricky sent this a half hour later. For some reason, my phone nor my watch told me about it. It's okay. Yes, Empress, thank you. All the students have been working on their assignments. Yes. I'm also realizing that I have to add noise to these things. Otherwise it looks too clean. Looks weird. Oh well. We were doing the arts of gambling. Gambling is not an art. Good, nice try. Man, can you just do like a nice noise modifier without me having to do a lot of work? Okay. That's fine. I keep forgetting to copy the noise plug settings that I did. So I have to keep doing them by hand, again, like a peasant. If you don't click copy, that's all you have to do is just click copy. Wait, don't I have that on the previous, another one of these? Me doing whatever I can to not have to redo work. Even if it doesn't take that long. Let's edit, here we go, haha. Copy, yay, now I have it. So I click on another subtool, click on edit, and then paste. Bam, same settings. Amazing. So now I can click mask my noise. It's actually going to work the way I wanted it to. The problem with noise is that once you start doing it, your models just feel so naked without it. It's not like a huge difference, but like, but it is, you know? Yeah, where is your Art Fest submissions? I like that. That's appropriate shade. You could even create a D&D character, 100%. That is art. Just Lingual says, I need to do some concept sketches for this week. I have inspiration, but only half inspiration. Inspiration is so overrated. The only thing worse than inspiration is motivation. Do you guys know how often I wake up and I actually want to live stream? I'm not going to bum you guys out, but whatever number you're thinking, whatever, it's lower, I promise. Like, inspiration and motivation has nothing to do with my job and my livelihood as an artist. You just do it. You just do it. Which is tricky because you have to figure out what the difference is between being silly and lazy versus feeling burned out, because they can feel very, very similar, and don't work when you're burned out though. That's like the big caveat on that. Also, I'm mostly just giving Just Lingual a hard time. They're great. Like, they're not a full-time artist. Like, I'm just using this point as an excuse to talk about things that I want to talk about. Eloa, yeah, she hates peasants. No! Oh, goodness. Okay, that took me longer than I wanted it to. But we're here. I'm also sad that it duplicated these lines every single time. Look at all these duplicate polygroups. Ugh. Stop. No. No. There we go. That's better. Much better. Yeah, it seems like when I tell people about what I do for a living, there's like two different camps. There are the people that are like, oh wow, You get to make art and do what you love every single day. And I'm like, okay, not that exciting. Okay, like cool, but like it's not that starry-eyed, right? And I have the other camp, which is like, oh, you make art every day. You're either homeless, starving, or you now hate art. I'm like, okay, no, neither one of these are true. The reality is more of like a happy medium for sure. Just Lingual says, I'm glad to be a tool for learning. Good peasant. All right, I haven't done these steps in a little bit, so I feel like I've already forgotten. But that's not true. I know things. Okay. We're gonna add some more creases. Neat. I like those. Looks very nice. Also creasing the edge. Very good. Okay, we have this. And this does look a little weird. Again, I'm creating this as a shape that's going to get reused a lot. So that means I have to take my time. I have to say it out loud, otherwise I will just export it and say good enough. Like, what happened with these straps? Did I even try? Lovingly, Mia, but like, come on. We're going to delete them and do them again. All right, polish by features. Nope. Gonna make these straight. There we go. That looks more intentional. Gorgeous. Awesome. Now we're gonna add those little straps and on buckles and other kind of cool stuff like that. We're gonna use curve strap snap and just click and drag. Split mask points. I'm gonna do 2 or 3. Have not decided how many. The other strap looked so nice. Why are you fighting me? What? What is that? Okay, this is why I like not working in symmetry sometimes. Okay. How about if I just change the camera angle? It'll act like it's a new thing. Nope, it hates it. Okay, that's fine. I've got tricks. We'll just take this, and oh look, we'll duplicate it. Neat. Sweet. That looks better. RB says, Mia, check tab quotes. Can't fit the whole message here. Well, not now, but when you have time. Okay, sounds good. Sean says, yikes, where is the in-between? Homeless, starving, hate art, or living it up? Bruh. Right? Which, I get it. Like, people that have normal, mild, balanced takes don't tend to tell me about it. But people that are lunatics feel very strongly and have lunatic opinions. So it makes sense, honestly. Eloa says, if the brushes in ZBrush are D&D creatures, then the curve strap snap brush is absolutely a fae. It really is. It's just mischievous and obnoxious. All right, I like this shape. It's very shaping. And then I don't like when it does this weird, like I love the curve strap snap brush, but for the life of me, I don't know why these are triangles on the side. Like it makes me very sad. So what I do instead is I do a little workaround where I make it single-sided just for a moment. Then I actually extrude thickness from here. See? If you're wondering why I do that, it's just so that when I add like thickness and trim to it, it doesn't double cross on the edges and look stupid. I think I might actually like if this was rounded. Not quite that much, but I'll think about it. All right, that's good enough. Sean says, lunatics are frankly a very noisy minority. Yes, and exactly. And it is a minority too. I think people get very discouraged by seeing like, oh, everyone's so terrible in the world. And I'm like, no. It's like the squeaky wheel gets the oil, you know? Most people are just in the middle. Like, they just have like normal balanced opinions, truly. Eloa says, yes, that double cross is so annoying. Right? Like, why? Just Single says, I try to have lunatic opinions so that I can secretly be, or so I can be more interesting. Unfortunately, I'm secretly pretty basic. I like having discussions with people like you, like all my friends are like that, to where like you're at your core, you're actually have a pretty like simple opinion, but you'll dress it up, maybe like more devil's advocate, just for the sake of like fun, interesting conversation, because you don't escalate it in like a crappy way. That's really fun. My husband and I will have like full on like debates, and at the very end, like have to reconvene and like, what's your actual opinion? I'm like, oh, it's this. It's like totally different. It's like super mild. It's just fun to be able to like have those like discussions and arguments, I guess. Because like a true like argument isn't supposed to be like petty attacks. It's supposed to be like a cool thing, like you really flesh out like your opinion and like a true debate, you know? It doesn't have to be intense. You can be chill. It's more about thinking of a cool opinion that you can defend and support, you know? People are goated. Well put. All right. I love how this breastplate turned out. Really simple, really clean. So we're going to go ahead and save this. Oh, I didn't put straps at the top. I guess I don't need to because I put this big collar piece. Yeah, that's good. This will be breastplate low. And then for now, I'm going to split those straps back into their own piece. This is a very slow day of creating, but it's been very relaxing. All right, that looks good. Subdivide a few times. Excellent. This is also a more simple piece too, so I won't have to, it won't take as long. All right, we're also gonna do that same trick I've been doing where right before I extrude, I have this piece here, this low poly shell. Why are there multiple copies of it? That never happened. Cool. And I was like, stop. So we're going to go to Stroke, Curve Functions, Frame Mesh, and then just click on your Curve Tube brush. It's really supposed to be a thin, very thin detail. So there you go. So you end up with that little wireframe mesh. Make that a new color, and voila. You have beautiful details that will 3D print equally beautifully. And then I like taking these with Move and Backface Mask to add like kind of like tapering lines and just some more visual interest, but you don't have to do that. Hey, Sater's back. Welcome back. Ray says, Mia, I like the color scheme you're using. Thank you. Two-toned is my favorite. Keeps it nice and simple. Foxy says, speaking of starving artists, I had to skip lunch today because I had meetings from 9:30 a.m. till 4:30. Ugh, gosh. I hope you have a great dinner. Ray says she's been a tyrant. She nuked the whole polling thing twice and muted me twice. It's true. I'm just bullying Ray today. RB says, Mia, the armor looks great. Ah, thank you. I'm being a slow potato today, but I'm having a great day. Let's add some nice little bevels to this. There we go. And then we go ahead and extrude some lines a bit lower in. All right, extrude polyloop. Gorgeous. And now crease. Am I happy with that? No, because it didn't crease anything. That's what I thought. I was like, what the heck? I'm creaseless. All right, I can go to geometry, crease, and then you can modify the tolerance here. It's at 180, so of course it's not working. I'm gonna change it to 90. And it did a worse job. Let's do 85. There we go. Perfect. I'm starting to pick up speed a little bit. We're sculpting a little faster. And then because I made sure to copy that noise modifier, I can now click paste every single time. Nice and easy. Click OK. If I want to edit it, I can, but I'm just going to do mask by noise and then manually move stuff around anyway. Without symmetry turned on, thank you. Also, why is my subdivision so low? Sad. At 77,000 points is really not enough resolution to add like tertiary details like this. I mean, I guess it depends on the size of your piece. All right, so I'm just using my move brush and then just kind of poking the mesh. There we go, just a little bit of wear and tear. And I didn't add any on the back because I forgot. Let's go ahead and do that too. All right, we're good. Ah. Fate says, Mia, can you make a knight but have assless chaps? Well, if the question is can, then the answer is yes. If the question is will, the answer is wait and see. RB says, but Mia, why did you nuke us twice? That was not the deal, with like 2 smiley faces that look very strained. I had to reset the economy. The fact that you guys somehow cheated the first time, I have no idea how you did it, is not my problem. Voxy says, I have knitted an emotional support potato. Please share a picture of said potato. Is in the art fest. My submission was this. Months early, for I'm a psychic time traveler. It's so on point that the character is mechanized Warforged, has a mask in the reference image, and you all forgot about it. For a second, I thought you said, like, I forgot about the mask. I'm like, no, we talked about not putting the mask on the hip. Okay, never mind. I understand. But you're right. And we all forgot about it. It doesn't count. Oh my god. Oh yeah, what was the tavern quote? Oh, here we go. This is from RV, talking about motivation. RV says, what is motivation? The magical force that visits you right after you've binge watched 10 hours of YouTube productivity tips, but never during a deadline. It's a fleeting feeling you get at 2 a.m. that tomorrow you'll finally change your life, right before scrolling Instagram for 45 more minutes. Motivation is basically your brain yelling, let's do this. Your body responds, how about a nap instead? That's so accurate. And that's why I'm like, you can't rely on motivation to get literally anything done. That was art. Beautiful. Actually, all chaps are assless. This is also true, but I left it there. I thought that was too actually. I appreciate that you came in and took the moment, though. I really do. Because I was thinking the same thing. Oh my goodness, Cards Against Humanity. I forgot all about that. I have played an outrageous amount of Cards Against Humanity. At one point, my dad, for Christmas, since my friends were playing it all the time, so for Christmas, he got me, and really all my friends, like the full like box set at the time, which now, that would like fill half this room, but at one point, I have like this big sleeve. It's like, I don't know, I can't fit it on camera, but a giant box. It was very cool. Oh, the food's done. Good, because I am starving. All right, we made lots of progress. It's tedious in the best way. Okay. Oh, here we go. Emotional support potato. Did you really knit this? Because that's... I love it so much. Life was all out of lemons, so here's a potato instead. Foxy, I don't have words for how much I love that. That's amazing. Okay, my stomach is going insane. So, it is food time. Okay. Redeemed food, right? All right, y'all. I'm gonna go on break. I'll see y'all in like 20 minutes or so. Have fun. Be good. Be merry. I'll be back soon. Bye. Hello, I'm back. The pot roast was delicious. Feeling more sane again. I see you guys are having height wars in the comments. Very good. Resume merriment. Alrighty. It is officially happy hour. I've already taken care of all of my students, so I don't have any I need to get to right now. If you guys have any questions, now is the time. I'm actually going to make today yet another possibly happy hour less day. I'm really debating doing the Tavern Keeper's Craft again. So today will be an extra long stream. We're coming up at 2.5 hours. I'm thinking today might be another 5-hour stream. Because I want to get this armor done. I want to just like start cooking. So, yes. If there is not a bunch of questions, then there'll be no happy hour today. Just a double Tavern Keeper's Craft. Non-sleeper complaint. Still no ears on the headphones. Non-sleeper. I have been working. Also, I know. Oh, goodness. Speaking of non-sleeper, you're always the sweetest, and I know you'll be excited for us. I don't know if you missed, or I think you missed the Friday launch, but yeah, we launched a new Kickstarter on Friday. It was super fun. This was the big project Ricky and I have been working on in the background, and it's doing really, really well. Yay. So that's been awesome. Again, this has only been live since Friday, so I never made that much money in any job I worked before this, so that always feels good. But this is part of my excuse of why I do not have cat ear headphones printed quite yet. I had actual work to do. Speaking of, to anyone that supported this campaign, obviously thank you. We also put out a new update today. We're talking about bonus models and stuff, so if you have things you want to see, comment. Tell us what you want to see. I think that's everything. But yes, thank you guys again so much. This campaign's been a huge success, and that's due to a lot of you. Non-sleeper's like, give Rick in the headphones. I already supported the Kickstarter. Oh, you're funny. Oh yeah, tell them about the milestone that's mods be part of the stream. Yeah, I can't remember. Someone asked me like if we hit like an outrageous amount. I think it was like 7,000. Then I'll make all of the mods Tavern pets. Yeah. Yeah, mod pets. Yeah, exactly. RB, sorry, I can't hear sarcasm from that low altitude. Wow, this is shady chat. I like it. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Non-sleeper, grunky old smith, dwarf. Beautiful. That would be a great request too for the Kickstarter. A lot of y'all are over 6 feet tall. Jeez. I am short in comparison. Okay, we're gonna work on the armor. And yeah, I don't see any questions. Alright, I don't see anything that's on topic that I need to actually address. So, oh, Fox, you didn't knit this? You were just given this? Okay, I still love it. But I'm disappointed a little bit. I need some Foxy creativity. We're gonna go back in time. It's Tavern Keeper's Craft. Again, I'm gonna do another full session of Tavern Keeper's Craft. If you guys have questions about art, you need to put at M3DM. Otherwise, I will not see it. So, yes. Very good. Non-sleeper says, yeah, that is a request for the Kickstarter. Put it on a comment on the update, otherwise we will not remember being truthful. And I'm not sure if we're going to do the request necessarily, but it's a really cool idea, so just put it on there anyway. Okay. Reaper says, well, wait. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Foxy has 1 point again. Satyr. Sorry, y'all. Satyr came for y'all. There's been a 3rd reset today. Bad mod. You can take it up with Satyr. Justling Bull says, Mia, how art does and how does not? That is the question. Alright, we're gonna, I like this little skirt add-on thing. I'm gonna actually export this as its own thing as well. It's called a fold low, and then we'll detail it. I'm really gonna try to pay attention in the chat. If you guys really need my attention, honestly, or ask questions, feel free to put it in the Discord too, because we're getting popular up in this YouTube live stream, which is great, but it also means I'm missing questions more often than not. So yes. Zader, when did I get nuke powers? You must just willed it into existence. Alright. Grab 2. Stroke. Frame. This has been working really well. There we go. And detail. I'm doing my little, like, what do I call it? Super Saiyan mode. We're gonna need a lot of sculpting done right now. The first Tavern Keeper's Craft was very, very fun, but in that few hours, I did a lot of gabbing, as you might say. And now I'm gonna, like, actually do the art. I really just needed an extra long warm-up today. Some days be like that, you know? But I'm feeling recovered, so the art is happening. My watch is like, time to stand. I was just standing. Okay. Ooh, is this too low poly for this detail? Almost. Ah, disappointed. The workflow for this armor is so different than what I'm used to, which is great. But then I forget to do steps sometimes, which is okay. And I'm really glad that Ray asked that question earlier. Though I also saw Ray, you complained about me the entire time while I was gone. Shady. We have the TV up and I watch the comments while I eat on my break usually. So I should have just mute you again. Anyway. Anyway, I'm glad that you asked that question about what will show up in 3D print because it kind of brought that to the forefront of my mind again. So I'm actually being a little more aggressive with this wear and tear. And I know it's going to be for the better. One of my mods, Reaper. I am the god of death. Fear me. Every now and then I'm like, maybe I should have thought through my mod choices a little more. All right, looking great. I like it a lot. Hey, Mike the Yeti. Hello, how's it going? Your username sounds familiar, but it's been a long time, hasn't it? Tentative welcome back. I'm pretty sure I remember your name from a long time ago. Very cool. Yeah, welcome in, Mike. That's a pretty unique username. So it'd be funny if there was just someone else that was Mike the Yeti. Ray says, Mia, I didn't complain about you per se. I just explained why you were being tyrannical. Yep. Yep. Alright, I don't want to forget about this belt. Though it is simple, I don't want to have to redo things. So again, this is odd. Usually I don't keep literally every single piece of the model and put it in my asset library. But this one was kind of like custom created for this model. So I'm going through everything from scratch with the idea of keeping it. I don't normally do that. Alright, this is like full-blown opera. Oh my god, Ricky has my phone. Well, I'm going to listen to whatever's on my phone, which Ricky has. It's opera right now. It's good. It's just like, I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Wow. Okay. Ah, what is this? Stop. There we go. Oh, wait, I can't control it on my watch. Ooh, fancy. Haha. Mike the Yeti says, good, good. I'm a Patreon sub. I knew I recognized your name. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Stop giving me your phone.
Yeah, stop taking it. I have full control again. There we go. All right, belt low. Excellent. All right, this is turning out gorgeous. I'm quite happy with it. I'm really surprised how well these trim details are doing. Also, are these double lapped? Yeah, they are. So when you're using the curve brush, it's really important that you don't have symmetry turned on, depending on the operation that you're doing, of course. But it tends to just double loop it, so there's actually two identical sets of curves, which is rarely what I want. Ray's complaining about Seder. Yeah. Seder wants to be noticed. He said, "Death is but an end to the endless tribulations of life." Oh man, that is pretty heavy even for Seder. We were about due for a bit of existential dread in the chat. I like it. Mike says, "I'm wanting 2 special minis created by you. How do I request them to be done?" Step 1. Join the Legendary tier if you're not already. Or Merchant if you want to sell 3D prints. Legendary tier is fine. Step 2. You can only put in 1 request per month. So you can go to the... I should really show this instead of explaining it like a lunatic. I'm like, memorize all these things I'm about to say. All right, so we have a request board every month. So if you go to collections, you'll see right here that there's legendary request boards. And then this is really satisfying because if you scroll down, you'll see all of them that are completed. And then all the way at the bottom, you'll always have the most recent one, which is June. So yeah, be a legendary patron, which is currently $15 US a month if you're not already, because I know you're a patron, but I'm not sure what level you're at. And then just put a comment right here. Some people are really detailed. Some people just put a couple lines. Either is totally fine. And if you don't want to wait, let's say you want that request done like this week, you can buy a priority ticket for that in the shop, which is right at the top here. And then I'll work on it next. Speaking of, the request I'm working on right now is actually a priority ticket item. So at the quickest, what you could do if you have the money to spend and you want these done really quickly, you could put in a request today and buy a ticket. It'll get done this week. And then it's almost July. So you can put in a request the first month of July, buy another ticket, and there you go. So that's an option. It's the most expensive, but also the fastest option to get both requests done within 2 weeks. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Seder says, "This is why I mod for her." Good mods. And by chance, if that explanation was covered up by an ad, let me know. I can do a shorter version of that. I feel like whenever someone asks a question that's like time sensitive, without fail, YouTube is like, "You need to put an ad right here." I'm like, no. All right, that looks gorgeous. Awesome. Just Twinkle said, "It'd be really funny to have a request. It's just Bob, the not human." I have totally gotten requests like that before. Recently, Aubrey asked for a mountain climber. That's it. They just asked for a mountain climber. So I made a Goat Folk Ranger that actually released yesterday. Mike says, "Okay, thanks." You're welcome. Foxy says, "How do you take pictures of existential crisis?" Well, that can look like a lot of different things. Seder says, "To non-sleeper, I'm always up for a good nihilistic existential discussion of death. Minus the nihilism. I also find it an interesting topic, minus my absolutely soul-crippling fear of death. But other than that, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting to talk about." Anyway, we're working on armor today. On that side note, if you guys have played Dragon Age of Velgard, one of the best characters is a necromancer named Emmerich, and he talks about that he has like a deep crippling fear of death. And like, I don't know, like watching like those cutscenes, the way that he talks about it, like it makes me tear up because it's something you don't hear talked about in video games all things very often. And he's a necromancer. It fits into like his whole story arc, whether or not he's going to become a lich and therefore like immortal essentially. It was really cool. I love that game. I just love Dragon Age. All right, we are going to add some fancy bucklets. And then Mike said, yeah, I bought a Hero Forge mini and I'm not too happy with it, so I'm wanting a custom one done. That's where I come in. That's kind of my specialty. And also, you don't have to worry about like requesting something that I'm going to say no to. If for some reason I say no to your request, I will tell you why, or we'll work out something different. That has really only happened like once or twice. I had someone ask for like a very obvious like IP owned character. And I'm like, I can't sculpt that because that's Mickey Mouse. And they wanted it like exact. Again, I can sculpt stuff that's inspired all day, every day. I mean, that's what I do. It's part of one of my favorite things as an artist is to, I'm an artist. I like all kinds of art and medium and characters, and making stuff that's inspired by is really every character I ever make is inspired by something. Let's be real. All right, I would like to inset these poly groups and have a nice little border. There's two ways I can do that. I usually do extrude to edge loop. I'm just doing a little different this time. I'm gonna poly group just the front faces of this, inset, poly group island, just like that. And now I can extrude this poly loop. There we go, 1, 2. Similar, but different. It depends what shape I'm going for. Nice little detail there. Gosh, this ended up looking even nicer than I expected. I love that. Gorgeous. Sager said, I didn't fear death until I had a kid. Now there's a reason to remain childless. Yeah, I'm on it. This is really shady. I don't know why I'm sharing this with you guys unprompted. This doesn't happen very often. But since I'm, young, I feel like I get more judgment for not wanting to have kids because they're like, oh, you don't know if you want kids or not. I'm like, ma'am, I'm almost 30. I think I know. But I've started making very subtle implications that like I can't have children for some medical reason, which I realize is very shitty to lie about. I'm aware. But also, don't shame random strangers about not wanting kids. But it works every time. I've noticed that someone's being crazy. If I'm just like, well, some things just are out of my control. And that tends to just like end that conversation. Again, I use it as a last resort, but it's been very effective. Yeah. On today's episode of Mia sharing too much. I don't know, I think it's funny. I know a lot of you guys also don't want kids, so it's an intense strategy, but it's been very successful. Now we need to study necromancy. We're covering all kinds of stuff today. Foxy has a great point. If you don't have kids, you don't have to worry about them killing you for your wealth, position, or immortality. In that order. Reaper says, any means necessary, Mia. Right. Also, Satyr, Mia, I support these tactics. You guys are chaotic. I love it. Sean says, I don't get people shaming me for no kids, because I'm like, well, I'd like them, but it ain't in the cards for many reasons. Exactly. It's also like it's just an unhinged thing to give your opinion on to a stranger. Nothing wrong with deterring people subtly. And I'm getting a lot better at it. There's something about being in East Tennessee and like, ooh, that like southern sweet. Oh man, it can go either way. It's beautiful. It's truly beautiful. RB says, why would I create a tiny version of me when I'm still debugging this one? Don't you have a kid? I'm pretty sure you have a son. Or is that who you're debugging? I thought you meant yourself. Reaper, that's well put. Reaper said, I am still too much of a kid to consider kids. Totally valid. Non-Saper said, Mia, you're old enough to be one of my children, but you're such an awesome teacher and mentor. Aw, thank you. Southern Sweet? Yeah. I feel like I can't summarize it easily. Maybe Reaper can. All right, I'm being distracted. If you guys have actually a question or you really want me to answer it, just let me know. But I'm going to gently ignore you guys for a second. Especially because this is like a particularly interesting topic. We're talking about necromancy and whether or not to have children. Like this is a minefield of interest. Gorgeous. All right, I'm gonna merge all of these pieces down, including the belt for the breastplate, because I'm probably gonna want all of it. If I just want it already detailed, I'm gonna want the whole thing. Zoom in, good 55,000 points. Sater has a great point. Mia, if you did have kids, everyone still have opinions on that too, don't worry. No one is more of an expert in parenting your kids than the parents of other people's kids. Oh, yeah, it sounds like a nightmare. Arby's like, I have. Your comment was still super funny. Gorgeous. Okay, Non-Sleeper has explained Southern Sweet, and it's gorgeous. Southern Sweet is like a fiery chicken sandwich with honey sweet barbecue sauce on it. Delicious all around. I don't know if you're just making a joke or like answering very literally. I'm talking more about like the undercurrent of like Southern Sweet that can like... Sometimes it literally just means someone being very kind or like, you know, Southern hospitality. It's like the gold standard of like treating guests well, but also perhaps a little passive aggressive and perhaps a little condescending at times. Like if you're out here and someone says like, bless your heart, that's bad. That's bad. Okay. Just Single has an art question. Huzzah. Just Single says, something art question. Oh, so if you could know how long you're going to live, would you want to know it? You got me. That totally worked. Wow. That's how you infiltrate the system. No, I would not want to know. Absolutely not. I truly live as if I'm not going to live next year as it is. I am not terminal. I don't have that in my family. That's just how I live, y'all. It's a little intense. It's not for everyone. If people ask me like, oh, if you knew you're gonna die like in 6 months, I'm like, okay, then yeah, I would change like my day to day right now. There's a couple places I'd want to go see, but like if I had a prognosis that I was gonna die in like 2 years, I would not change what I'm doing day to day at all. I'm already doing those things. I mean, I work as a full-time artist. Like I'm already doing the things that I've always dreamed of doing. Just Single. Got him. Now you seriously, that was beautiful. You got me. In the immortal words of Mia, though. Moving on. Sater says, yeah, bless your heart says, I see. You're an idiot. It also can just be like, oh goodness, I can see you're really trying. Like, it really can be sweet. But it is just like, bless your heart. Yeah, Southern Sweet is a minefield of condescension. Yeah. It's beautiful. It is like, it reminds me of like, okay, I love reading like, I'm getting nothing done. Fuck you guys. Okay. I'm trying to work here. Anyway, like Southern Sweet and like the way people can talk out here and like the levels of like, even like metaphors, just crazy things I've never heard of before. It reminds me of what I imagine like really pompous, like royalty and like talking between the lines, like that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. I know it's not like a fun way to talk. It'd be exhausting, but I love reading books like that and watching shows like that. They're all just about subtlety, and it can be kind of obnoxious, but I'm just absolutely addicted to it. I think it's really cool. Which is funny because I am like incapable of talking like this. I am not surprising to any of you guys. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. That's it. Yeah. Reaper says, Mia, we are your kids. It's fucking true. I feel like the opposite of Southern Sweet is English reservedness. I could see that. Well, no, I don't know. Y'all can be pretty passive aggressive too. Mia, that's literally where it comes from. Oh, cool. That does make a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. Okay, I'm done swearing at you guys. I'm going to continue the work. Also, I want some sort of like skirt thing happening here. I also think it'd be cool. So this is like the beauty of I'm taking forever to work on this, right? Here's why. Very quickly, these are, since they're so well constructed, I can layer them up and immediately make this piece look more complicated. Like that took me no time. I just duplicated it and it's gorgeous and it's textured. And then the way that I also I constructed it, is I could actually mirror it each time. And then add even more variety here, so it's not as samey. It's a really powerful way to work. Okay, real art question, RB. If you had to start all over again as 3D artist today, what's something you'd skip or something you'd double down on? I'll do you one better. I'll give you one of each. So something that I would skip. I'm really thinking about it. You know, I'm not sure actually. It's the skipping. I still want to give you one of both, but I'm really thinking about it, and like a lot of it was just so important the way that I worked. I would skip on I have to do that still. Okay, I would double down on commissions. Weirdly, taking commissions as a baby artist really forced me to work outside of my comfort zone and establish my own boundaries as an artist on what is and is not possible, and that was huge because the same disagreements I had with clients, I ended up having with myself. You know, when I was creating. And it was interesting, but by being able to talk to other people and disagree creatively, it helped clarify my own mind and my own artistic decisions moving forward. Now, something that I would skip, probably about like anxiety of sharing my work. I used to be really weird about posting my work on like Reddit or social media or wherever. I was like really shy. And it'd only take like one sideways comment or just dry comment to like really make me nervous that I like just did not want to take up space. That's stupid. I'd skip that whole phase. Just be obnoxious. Scream it from the rooftops. Oh, look at this thing I made. And then scream about it again. And don't listen to literally anybody that you don't take advice from anybody that you don't know, love, or respect. At least one of them. Seriously. Why is Foxy's messages being deleted? Where does Foxy go? Foxy's being... That's funny. Okay, sorry. Oh no. Okay. Eloa asked something? Yeah, creatively disagree. I like that. Because you could even like fundamentally disagree too, but I definitely had some commissions where like their taste was just objectively bad. Like, I had someone at one point where I was so confident towards the end of taking commissions, which ironically is when I stopped taking commissions to do my own thing anyway. But I was like, listen, I know what you're asking for. Just trust me. Let me do this correctly, like the way that fits what you have described, and then let me know if you like it or not. So I finished the piece, I showed it to them, and sure enough, they were like, oh my goodness, that looks so much better than what I had in mind. And I'm like, I know, I am the artist. Let me speak for you. Yeah. Reaver timed me out because I was being naughty. I guess so. I didn't find the naughty comment. I see every behave so Mia can concentrate. That's okay. I trust my mods. I like that a lot of people are answering RB's question. Good. RB says, thank you, Mia. So it's like in the freelance world. You're your own boss and your worst employee. Precisely. All right, we are continuing. I want to have some sort of skirt, underskirt thing, because I don't want to deal with this weird crotch thing. I think this would be cool. I know it's a bit detail heavy, but I'm trusting the process here. Again, that's the beauty of taking so much time on each of these pieces, because now I can kind of like play with them, you know? And it's really easy to adjust the silhouette and play with these shapes, just get some cool stuff going on. I absolutely love that. And then these I do want to sit on top. I'm not crazy about the way that this folded in. I think I just did that for construction reasons yesterday. Yes. Let's go ahead and delete them. But keep the top edge. This is actually very similar to how I created the shoulder pauldrons. Interesting. I'm always taking notes of what shapes repeat themselves. Gorgeous. If you're just tuning in or you haven't looked up in a while, this is where we started today and this is where we got. So if there's any techniques you see from left to right and you're like, wait, how did you do that? You could rewind the stream or you could just ask me and I'll explain. Save. I don't know why you guys think I don't save. I've totally saved before. I totally have saved at least once today. Thank you guys. Foxy says, I could never be self-employed, but I understand there's something to it about maximizing your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses. I could see that. I got a lot I could say on that topic, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole unless specifically asked. Man, this is such good chat. I can't be part of it so I can get stuff done. But if you have questions, please include me. Womp womp. Alright, these are called tacits. So I'll call this tacits low. And now we're making the high res version. And if you're wondering why I have these like really beautiful detailing on top, even though I'm covering it, it's because I'm making these pieces can be layered in different ways. That's the short answer. Just like what? Started from scratch. I blinked and I missed it. Oh, that's very kind. And on some days I'd be like, yep, I work so fast, but I haven't been working very fast today or yesterday, and that's okay. I like looked up in a panic. I'm like, I have a meeting today with Matt. No, we're good. We're good. I got hours. Looking good. And then a nice bevel. So I found with this armor project I'm working on, even though it's 3D printable, keeping things looking thin and layered has been really essential to selling that armor look, which I'm surprised by. I wish this curve fit better. I'll just move it. There we go. I don't know why it rounded off. Probably because it's lower res. Gorgeous. Sater says, Mia, will you go down that rabbit hole? You're self-employed. You can finish this armor anytime. Oh, this is dangerous thoughts. If you guys have specific questions for me about being self-employed and balancing and why I chose this path and all that kind of stuff, I'd love to answer it. But it'd have to be structured and intentional questions. Otherwise, I am not going to get anything done. What is it mad about? Oh, I see. This is so satisfying to do. And again, notice that this is one of the few things that I will always do asymmetrically. It just looks so much better. Very few things actually wear and tear perfectly symmetrically. See, that's why I did that trim piece on top, because that is gorgeous. That's gonna look great if I do want to have that layered on the outside. So for example, maybe I don't want this piece at all, and I just want to have this instead. That already is like a totally different look. But for now, I do like this. Foxy says, Mia, what moment or trigger point did you decide that becoming self-employed was viable in the long run? It would definitely be because, so Ricky was pretty much solely supporting us financially when I was still in college. Yeah, we also didn't cost very much, but still, he was covering all of it. And the day that my Patreon started making more than his paycheck, it seemed pretty obvious that we could just completely replace his income with the Patreon and then see where it goes. And so, yeah, that was a really easy day, honestly. Very exciting day, too. Also, yeah, that's a really good point. To all of my fellow students and people that are considering taking art full time, do not quit your fucking day job. Oh my goodness. I know that's intense, but I have to be serious with you guys. The amount of people that have been around, not my students, but in my general sphere, that just quit their day job and then just to see if art works for them is crazy. That is not what I did. I had a source of income that could replace our income. Then we quit the day job. Do not just quit your day job. I don't care if you have savings. Seriously. No. Build up that stream of income on the side. If you're like, well, I don't have time for that, then maybe no. Just no. Oh, Sean, so Sater says to Sean's, I was actually thinking something similar. I'm glad Mia was able to pull you out of your shell a bit. Happy to have you here. Oh, I'm not sure what was said, but that's very sweet. And yeah, I'm happy to have you here too, Sean's. Ray says, Mia, the way you're masking with the Z Modeler brush, is that how you get a plane from a 3D object? I did not mask with the Z Modeler brush at any point. Masking with the Z Modeler brush looks like this in isolating points. What you saw me do is using the surface noise modifier. I want to make sure I answer your question correctly. Ask again, please. Eloa says, Mia, do you have subtle metal material to show off all of that work to the peasants? Yes. I can just change the entire thing to, I don't know, reflect. Ooh, that's very dramatic. Ooh, it's really dark and hard to see. Maybe I'll pick up better material. But you're right, a little bit of shine goes a long way. There's gotta be one down here. Well, that's fancy. That's pretty fancy. That steel is awfully boring. Ooh, that's shiny. That's nice. You can really see the low polyness on this skirt though, which I don't like. That's okay. The rest of it looks gorgeous, especially this top area with all that detailing and ornaments. And the reason why it looks so dark is because that's the way that I poly painted it. Meat mop. Oh, that's really nice. I'm having fun with this. I know Lo was like, that's good. That's enough. I'm like, I'm having fun now. Ew. I did do a good job. Damn, this armor's turning out incredible. I needed that. Maybe I won't use skin shade because that's a crazy color to use on something that's metallic. I don't know. Wolf's gotta head out, but lots of love. Yeah, thanks for being here. Ray says, Mia, how do you use a Z Modeler brush to polygroup the top facing polys to delete the rest? If they are literally top facing and created well. Why are you not a subtool? You can literally click on spacebar, polygroup, and it will say like flat island, for example. Here we go. So this is a sphere, right? But what's most front facing is that is the most flat area. Does that make sense? So you could use that. If not, just do it manually. You're talking about those wings, aren't you? This looks like a giraffe. But for the most part, I just would literally come through and I would just like draw it on. It shouldn't be that high poly though. Great questions. Did someone say Dark Souls? Ray says, Mia, thank you. And yes, the wings. I have to go check the message to quote you, so I said the right thing. Sounds good. Learn how to speak that language, you know? Asking questions is like the hardest part. Oh, that's so obnoxious. I love it. Ooh. That's a good in-between, this Z metal. We'll use this. Just Singwell said, I'd never beat Dark Souls because I did not get good. Same. Non-sleeper asked, where do babies come from? Well, love. Or not. Sean says yes, which is why I would be adding to Mia's Kickstarter pledge to get the merchant license. Oh, are you thinking about selling those 3D prints? Ooh, you should. Oh, yeah. Listen. Foxy says, this is important. Anyone that's considering selling 3D prints of my work. Etsy just released this really bullshit policy where you can't sell 3D printed pieces of someone else's work. And I have already completely found a way around this. What I'm going to do for people that are concerned about this, first of all, Etsy can come bite me. They can message me. I'd be like, no, what are you talking about? Like, you guys, I would totally back you guys up if I was like, no, they have significantly edited this piece since. They have no way to prove this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to offer my bases separate. So you guys would be able to combine whatever base you want on my no base characters, which therefore means you have meaningfully iterated upon the concept. And I double checked their terms of service. This completely works. You can also just paint the base. If you just paint the base black, it's then handcrafted. It's the dumbest policy. I don't know why Etsy is coming for small creators that are crafty. And like, it's 3D printing, like, this dragon did not just fall off the build plate. Like, I had to sand edges of this, clean this up, scrub it. I mean, it's not as simple as just click and print. And so the fact that they're talking about 3D printed goods as if it's like that is crazy. Because if you buy like a 3D print from me versus just like some rando, like, or if someone like, you know, knows what they're doing and supports me to sell the work, you'll see a difference in quality. Not every seller is the same. So yeah, on today's episode of why I hate Etsy. But just letting you guys know, for my merchants, I have your guys' back. That is not going to be a problem. If you do want to sell there, I have tons and tons of workarounds for that. Because it shouldn't be a workaround. It's stupid. Sater said, Mia, you need to read up. Sean did ask a very important question. Oh yeah, post in the Discord right here. Did you at me? I didn't see an at. Non-sleeper says, that is a crazy great dragon model. Thank you. Reaper says, Mia, they might be addressing the low effort, high reproducibility of 3D prints. Well, maybe they should address the drop shippers from AliExpress and stuff first, because the amount of people that just buy like knocks and dupes on there and like fake jewelry kind of stuff and sell that, they just sell it in bulk. It's ridiculous. Going after 3D printers is psychotic. I can only speculate they're trying to get rid of all the bendy dragons mass printed in China. But like, also, like, who cares? Etsy has been this for so long. This is like when Tumblr tried to like de-porn their site. It's like, dude, it's way too late. Like, you have been this for years. Why do you care now? Absolutely. Also, there are so many other platforms you can sell on other than Etsy. Yeah, Etsy does so much penny pinching. Yeah, your margins aren't even great anyway. Oh yes, and if you guys want to buy 3D prints from me of my work, that website will be up soonish. But it'll be in very small volume. And if you're overseas, you're going to want to not buy from me anyway, because it's going to be expensive. Just the shipping alone is like the cost of the whole model. Sad. It is what it is. Tassets. Hi. Eloa. Oh. No, Eloa, don't worry. For you specifically, Ricky and I have already put together the package for when you buy stuff. Don't worry. We're going to make it worth it. So my mods and I have a secret channel, and you guys were talking in here, and even you guys were like, oh, wait, that's getting a little too close to the rules. And this is a reminder to my mods, you guys don't have rules. Like, when I say things, I'm probably not talking about you guys, or it probably doesn't apply to you guys. This is gorgeous. Oh my goodness, I'm really proud of it. Reaper said, I'm looking to sell some antique stuff, so Etsy is the place I know I won't go. Isn't that ironic? I love that. Yeah, you can tag me on Discord when you post the questions, Sean's, or you can just put them like right here. Also, it would require Etsy to notice you in the first place. It's just not going to happen. Let's be real. I joke about this with Matt all the time. This is a terrible thing to say on the stream, but it's too late. I'm already saying it. My mini factory has a bunch of dumb rules about like what kind of things you can do for their frontiers. And they're like, if you do, I've had like workers at my mini factory tell me like, if you run this on Kickstarter, you can't put it on frontiers. And I was like, bet. So I submit a frontiers I literally had on Kickstarter like a week before. And they didn't notice. They can't be bothered to even check, so I wouldn't worry about it. All right, I'm going to read this. That's kind of long. Oh, I'm not sure where to start. My business is currently crochet goods, all handmade, 2 reasons to jump into 3D prints. I'm about to have a bunch of STLs I want to play with and sell. Sater commented I can't sell 3D prints without an agreement with the artist. Yes, that's me. Yes, which is why I would be adding to me as Kickstarter pledge for the license. Also, Foxy said Etsy changed their policies to start to target people selling other folks' models even if you print them. Yeah, good. Don't. Etsy just sucks. Also, again, there's ways around that very easily. If you paint it or prime it literally at all, you have meaningfully changed it. And to return to another comment from Sater, it might be an idea to invest in a 3D printer, become familiar with how it works and stuff. But the issue is I have not the money or the time to invest in 3D printers. So like, this is a sum up of what's been said on stream. Okay. What is the question? Like, it's like interesting comments. You're asking like where you would sell this? I mean, I'm really just not sure. I'm interested in like, these are all like interesting points and stuff. But yeah, 3D printing is really cool. Yeah, if you want to add 3D prints to your business, I mean, the best way to do that, yeah, you have a friend with a resin printer, though. Okay, so, like, if you buy my models, right, you buy the merchant rights, and then your friend prints those models for you, I don't care. That's fine. That's fine. If that's what the question is here. Me, specifically, I don't care. I know a lot of other artists would say that your friend has to buy commercial rights as well, or, like, whatever. I'm just not that picky. I am not trying to, like, target people. They're just trying to make a fun buck on the side. You know what I mean? Sean says, I'm not short of questions right now, lol. I'm just looking for encouragement. Oh, yeah. You should do it. It's fun. I love, like, selling 3D prints, something that's not even part of my business right now, but I'm putting a ton of effort into making it part of my business again because it's just, like, a fun thing to do, you know? Oh, here we go. Non-sleeper. Looking for the package deal. Where are those chibis? Lol. And other stuff. They're coming soon, I promise. And by soon, I mean within the summer-ish. I'm assuming you would like a new Tavern pet? I was almost getting something done. And then, see, I paid enough attention to you guys, and here we are. And 3D printing, selling prints can absolutely be lucrative enough to justify the cost of it. I mean, it takes a lot of time. It's not going to happen overnight by any means. But you can sell 3D prints for $8-10 a pop at least. So if you sell 10 to 30, it's a couple $100 right there. It'll cover the cost of most 3D printers. But for now, you can just give your friend a cut of the money and then sell those prints. So craft fair, stuff like that, that's all fine. Okay, even a cheap setup will cost hundreds. It depends what kind of printer. Your printer will probably run around $200, and then all the miscellaneous stuff, yeah, probably another 100, so 300. I could see that. Hundreds is fine. It just sounds so dramatic, but you are being accurate. Absolutely. And yeah, non-sleeper, are you trying to derail this into a Taver pet, or are you just being sweet? I'm learning to ask now, because, yeah. Satyr, thank you. Okay, Sean, so far I sell all my stuff in person at markets, conventions, even Renaissance fairs. I know immediately that cons and fairs are the best venues. Absolutely. And especially for the kind of stuff that I make, you might make a pretty penny. I can see why you want to support the Kickstarter. Satyr says, I'll sell you my never open resin printer for $200 plus shipping. 1, that's a screaming deal. 2, oh my god. Are you serious, Satyr? You have a printer and you don't print? Devastating. Just Lingual says, what I've learned from today's stream is I shouldn't be hiding my art stuff like I have been. Yes. Stop hiding. Just share. Be art. Satyr says, Sean's, you're my hero. I thought about doing that for a while. Satyr, I don't have anywhere to put it. I've told you this. Oh, yes, you have. I love yelling. Same. Incredible. Also, non-sleeper, did you want a Taver pet, or are you just hanging out and being generous? Either is fine. Foxy says, Mia is right. The economics of printing absolutely adds up once you get it going. The potential margins are made up, and if you're selling at places where people are pre-prepped to spend money, you'll sell quickly and easily. It's true. It's also just it's fun to like sell things to people that have similar interests to you, you know? I don't know. I've had a lot of fun doing it before. So you notice I took my time and made these like nice little straps, and so now I can just add them. They're identical from the ones up here. See what nice little bit of detail that is? Satyr says, I would take a loss, but Lord knows I'm not using it. Good man. I also sell things for like a bitchin' deal when I do that. Like when I was moving across the country, I sold a bunch of my printers. I actually gave some of them away to my friends. And like, oh my gosh, so one of the people that I gave this printer to, they like texted me a picture of like prints they had done like months later, and I'm like, wow, that looks really good. Like, I didn't know that you were into printing. And they're like, yeah, I have a printer. And I'm like, oh, nice. What printer? And they're like, Mia, you gave it to me. I was like, oh yeah. And I'm like, that's why. Be generous. Share your stuff. Good prices, free, whatever. Just like, it's so smart not to just like hoard onto your stuff. Truly. All right, we filled up our donation goal twice today, so I'm gonna just change the color to celebrate it. I think non-sleeper's favorite color is blue. It's a hazy memory, so if I'm wrong, let me know. It's not the end of the world, but I'd like to change it to your favorite color at the very least. And yeah, I'm getting priority on those Taver pets, I promise. Do we have a beholder ready? We do have a beholder. I don't have it ready, but if you want, I can get that 3D print ready right now and send it to you. I could do that. Yeah, non-sleeper bought a printer off me. Okay, since Non Sleeper asked about the beholder, I want to get that sent to them. Because again, it's so close to being ready. And then I can kind of take a break from this. I'm kind of getting a little tired. But can we take a moment to look how polished and gorgeous this is? Eloa especially, I know, is proud of this because they know like how much work this is and what a step up it is from the armor I've done before. Just Lingual says, Mia, I think being available and active also opens up more and more opportunities. I'm just trying to get out there. Yeah, it helps a ton. Exactly. Oh yeah, Non-Sleeper, we have great news. Eloa got their first commission today. Really exciting. Bray says, to you 3D printers and mini painters, can you use 3D prints to create molds or to make like metal or stone models? Or is there another approach for creating weighty statues? Yes. Really, the easiest way would to be to do a mold and then fill it with sand if you want something heavy. If you actually want it to be metal, obviously that's different. But you could also use 3D printing for that as well. But your best bet would to be printing it, making a mold. After you cast it, drill a hole, fill it full of like sand, literally, and then do like a gloss chrome plate on it. Grimnir says it looks so good. Thank you, Grimnir. All right, let's get this beholder for... I mean, you have a few. I could post-process multiple of these like right now. Maybe that's not a bad idea. You should work on your Dragon Age Art Fest mission. Yeah, I should, but I'm not going to. Sean says, Foxy, also to be clear, this is a hobby business as it is. I think this would be a fun addition and lucrative. I think you are correct on both fronts. Oh, little booty. Okay, where is the beholder? I have so many models. Oh my goodness. Season 1 was insane. I'm having a hard time finding the beholder. I know it's in here, and if not, I have duplicates of this saved on purpose just to make sure I didn't lose anything. Oh my goodness, I need to clean this up as it is. All right, so we have the original, which is new. You know what? I'm gonna just start post-processing these right now. I think that'd be perfect. We're gonna have Little Moo separate for now because it's really supposed to be its own model anyway. When I have time, can I look at my DMs on Discord? Sure. I'm gonna check it on my phone just in case it's something personal. And if not, I will read it on stream. Yeah, you're cool with me. RB's cool. I can read this on stream. RB asked me, hi Mia, I've been working on some army miniatures. I'm at the stage where I want to start doing some test prints. Since I'm not planning to sell physical prints or ship them outside India, do you think it's worth investing in a 3D printer just for test prints? Or would it be better to get them test printed through someone else for now? If you're going to sell models to be 3D printed, I've said this at Eloa before, you have to have a 3D printer. You have to be testing your own stuff. You have to know how to 3D print, period. Because unless you're going to go through someone that's as skilled and as knowledgeable as me, it's not because I'm so great. It's because I have printed thousands of models and I have sculpted over 1,000 models, which means, again, I've done thousands of prints. Between Ricky and I, we're probably over 5,000 prints of experience and hundreds of hours of printing. No, thousands of hours of printing. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, like, I've seen inexperienced 3D print people say like complain about stuff. Like, I definitely could find someone on the internet right now that if I showed them the 3D model of this, they'd look at these antlers and be like, oh, those won't print. People are wrong, and they don't mean to be. They're not evil. They're not bad. They're just wrong. Especially with hobby stuff. You really gotta learn it yourself because they're so wrong and they're so confidently wrong. I find the people that will reach out to you and be like, oh yeah, I can 3D print your stuff, are the people you should avoid the most. Unless they're like in our community and like trustworthy. It seems like the people that are more inexperienced are the loudest about being able to 3D print and test print. And it's just really unfortunate combination. Get a 3D printer, get a resin printer, I recommend a Lego. It can be the cheapest printer a Lego has. That's fine. But you need to know how to print your own stuff. You're going to be selling 3D models. I understand that you're not 3D printing, you're selling physical. It doesn't matter. It's just bad business to not test your own work to make sure it's 3D printable. Truly. Show them the bucket. Yeah, I don't have it on me right now, but I have a bucket of 3D prints. Every now and then, I'll answer questions like this, and I'll mention like, oh, you know, like this is subjective, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I feel very strongly about this and aggressive. It is just point blank, period. If you are going to design 3D models that are designed to be 3D printed, you need to 3D print them. Not your friend, not someone you trust, not me. You need to do it because you will become a better artist and your product will make more sense. Otherwise, you just don't know what you're creating because not all 3D models are 3D printable. Simple as that. And I understand, like, some people mention, like, oh, like, I don't have, like, the money. And I'm not talking about Sean's, by the way, to be clear. Sean's wants to take models that are 3D printable and sell them. That's different. I'm talking about, like, my students that want to be me, essentially. That want to create 3D models and sell those. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about what Sean said at all. That's different. Does that make sense? All right, Mike just got a legendary sub. Yay, I put in my request for my character. He has an easy background. He's a tiefling blood hunter. It sounds metal. I'm excited about that. It's going to be at least 4 months till I get to that request, but it will happen this year unless you want the priority ticket, just being fully transparent. It's going to be awesome. Every character I work on request, I put a lot of love and care into. I'm also getting through this request board pretty quick, finally. I'm like making up to 5 a week. Yeah. So who knows? I might get there even faster, but just being clear. Cool. I want to be like very intense about that because it's very, very important. All right. I'm going to proportion these to be similar scaling to my babies. If I become Mia, do I have to get a horse? Yes. That is pretty integral to Mia. Look at his little booty. Oh my lord. Adorable. RB says, Mia, I gotcha. Getting one tomorrow. Which resin printer do you recommend? If it's not cheap, that's okay. RB Gaming, would you mind tagging Ricky? I'm going to tag Ricky for you. I just want him to have this conversation with you because he's the one who's printing every day. Okay, he's currently Hidden Valley on... Here, I'm just gonna direct you to him because I'm just gonna say anything from a Lego, but Ricky might have more nuance to it. And I want you to have as much input from as many people as possible. Cool. I tagged my husband. I said, can you please recommend a 3D printer for RB Miniatures? They design their own minis, a student of mine, and rocks. My default is just anything from a Lego. Would love your input. So my husband, like part of his hobby, like my husband isn't a shopaholic in the sense that he's like spending money. I mean like he's a shopaholic because he's like a research holic. Like my husband takes so much joy in like searching through every possible option he can purchase from. Like seriously, if you guys are ever shopping or looking for stuff, ask Ricky because he will have looked at every single option, truly. All right, Mike has gotta go. Gotta help your dad. Sounds good. Poor Eloa. Am I ignoring Eloa? What happened? When did you have time to model all these Tavern pets? I didn't. Frickin' season 1. Again, we got donations like quite a bit today, and thank God they didn't both need Tavern pets. They were both very kind. But last season, no, it was a free-for-all. Foxy, Mia, you get through the request board quicker if you stop chatting with us. Do you want me to ignore you? it did get out of hand at one point, and the Tabard pets used to be really, really inexpensive. I have fixed that. Going through and naming these. Sater says, my real mom ignores me, so you may as well too. Am I ignoring both of my mods by accident? Oh my god, the rust monster. Remember that? That was tricky. There's the beholder. See, I knew it was here, just not organized. And the reason why these haven't been post-processed and shared with anyone yet is one, because I want to do like a little project from it. I'm probably gonna do stickers. Again, I'm not holding myself to anything. For sure the 3D models though. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want to make any changes. And it turned out, no, I'm actually really, really happy with the way that these turned out. Check it out. Cool. RB says, I'm looking at the Lego Saturn 3, 12 res, 12K resolution. You definitely don't need that. You can go way, way cheaper than that. Like, I'm not even saying it because, okay, let me put it this way. Miniatures are too small for that detail to really matter. And also 12K just sounds fake. Anything that's a 4K resolution is fine. I get, like, it's awesome, like, if you have, like, have the money, which I'm assuming you do, because you're very generous and, like, you donate a lot in stream, too. But I want to be very, very clear, like, you just don't have to spend that kind of money on a 3D printer to get fantastic results. Does that make sense? And that's why I wanted to grab Ricky in this conversation, because Ricky is obsessed with, like, the best bang for buck, and he'll really be able to guide you into the best case scenario. I'm just trying to move the base into its own piece. I accidentally didn't mask it. There we go. Oh wait, it was Ray's idea to do custom bases. Do you guys think this is a cute custom base, or should I do something different for the beholder? This is very important. Top 3 Tabard pets so far. From season 1, because they're in front of me. It would have to be the bonsai, because that was really hard, and I'm amazed at how cute it turned out. Obviously Moo. Moo was the first one, let's be real. These two, and then probably the one from Just Lingual, the Cherry Blossom Dragon. Though I did like the bundling a lot. Hey, Toto's here. Hello, hello. Needs a magic base. Yeah, what does a magic base look like? I'm waiting for my Carl plushie. Awesome. Sager said, no, Mia, I was just piggybacking to be annoying. What's new? Sweet. And this is Ricky's advice, which is to RB, but this is just good for anyone to know. Ricky says, anything from a Lego is my default. Really, though, I would look into a Lego Mars 5 or even the Lego Mars 5 Ultra. Both are on sale right now, too. The biggest difference between the standard and the Ultra is print speed. The Mars 5 Ultra will cut your print time down by 20%, I would say. Saturn is cool. Only get it if you need a big build plate. All right. Cool. Oh, if you're going to buy on Amazon, if you could let me know, that would be cool. Because I can give you an affiliate link and it would help me. You don't have to. But if you are going to buy stuff on Amazon, you should let me know. So right now I'm just smoothing the seams to get this ready for its final product. I don't mind if there's obviously like a crease or something right here, but I don't want it to be like a harsh seam. So everything is then merged down. I Dynameshed it so it's one mesh. And then the trick with these chibis and babies is that it needs to be perfectly smooth. All right, I'm gonna make the bottom of this a little bit flat, just a tiny bit like that. And that'll make it so it will sit even without a base. If that link works in India, why not? It sure does. Also, it doesn't matter what you end up buying. It's just if you click on the link at all, it will track it to me. Okay, I'm just grabbing the Mars 5 Ultra 9K. This is like super fancy looking. And again, one second. I am not signed in. Beep. It doesn't matter if you get the specific printer or not. I think this is the one where he was talking about. If you just click on this link at any point, it helps. But these are the printers we're talking about. Check this out. Ooh, some kind of stone. Oh, with some runes. 6-foot Carl the Crusader body pillow coming soon. Oh my god, speaking of body pillows. So, like every basic bitch, my favorite character from Attack on Titan was Levi, unsurprisingly. My husband, Ricky, bought a body pillow cover of, I'm not gonna tell you exactly what it looked like, but it was super cringy and it was awful, and it was of Levi, and I hated it. And yeah, that was out of the house so fast. Yeah, horrifying, horrifying. Not happy. No. God. There's some little bit of a Mia lore for y'all. Oh yeah, don't ever use honey. Honey's got its own problems. Sater says, Mia, do you know how much shit we buy on Amazon? You silly goose. Yeah, please use the affiliate link. It helps me a lot. Yeah, Foxy, you should have pushed for a fox Taver pet. I would love if you, you know, if we got that this next season. Just Lingual says, I love cringe. Ricky is such a quality husband. He is. Non-sleeper said, poor Ricky, he thought he was doing something nice for you. No, he did not. He was torturing me and he knew it. I was bright red and absolutely mortified. No, he knew. He knew what he was doing. He was cackling the whole time. Don't poor Ricky me. No hearts for Ricky here. Aw, Sater, you're the best. Sater says, Sean's, so I do believe in help over profit. There are 2 printers in that link for $200 or less. It's true. Sean says, oh, cool, thank you. Nice. All right. This is almost all ready to go. It looks gorgeous. Super clean. Gonna inflate it just a tiny bit to really get some like crispy edges on this. Perfect. And then, yeah, I like this a lot. Some kind of stone that is really cool. Let me see if I have something that I can work with. No, hearts. Cue careless whisper. Waifu for Ricky. Stop. Okay. Base. Actually, what am I doing? We create new bases here. Pillows for Ricky. Oh my gosh, if he's seeing this at all, I know he's enjoying it. I was so embarrassed. I can't even begin to tell you guys how embarrassed I was. Again, and you have seen Attack on Titan. It is like a serious show, okay? It's a serious character. I was very offended and mortified. Ricky says Mia kept the pillowcase for a year. No, I did not. Why do you say lies on our stream? Why? No, that is not what happened. I threw it away that day. I did not keep it for a year. Stop. Oh my god. I blush very easily. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like I'm not like that. Okay. Alright. Before I completely lose control of the chat, I'm just gonna ignore you guys. I know Eloa is gonna have an absolute field day with this news, and I'm not happy about it. And I know how it is. It's like, oh, they wouldn't like run with me if you didn't give them such a big reaction. And I'm like, I can't not react. I don't know what you want me to do. All right, we're making stones. So I'm gonna go with more like a hand-carved effect here. Moving on. Something kind of like this. Ricky said she took a nap that day too, and she never takes naps. I'm gonna remove your mod privileges and put you. Nope. Ricky is in timeout for 5 minutes. Go away. Stop saying lies. Eloa, you were pushing it with that comment. I don't know if I'm more disappointed in the pillowcase or in the wastage. I wasn't gonna keep it. Could have fooled me. Right on the edge. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad that Reaper is trying to be productive, at least. Someone's trying to get something. Someone is bettering their life. Alright, so sometimes you can spend a lot of time making your art as awesome as possible. Other times, even just like the good enough looks quite nice. So I'm just making this kind of like rock edge here. And then I'm going to create, there we go, this little internal swirl thing. I'm trying to ignore you guys. Embarrassing me. Okay. Why does it look so weird right here? Stop. Yeah. Cool. And then we'll create some like swirly cool things. Something kind of like this. I do wish this was more symmetrical, which I can achieve. I can do a mirror and weld, mirror Z. There we go. I like that a lot. All right. I got 2 bits of symmetry turned on here, so it can kind of help me create something really cool. So I'm kind of just like doodling a pattern to kind of see what result I get. Ooh, that's going to be the answer. And yes, I'm completely ignoring the chat. You cannot make me pay attention to you guys. Ooh, that's also really cool. Yeah, that's looking more like what I have right here. I like that. Look at the distinct blocks. Mine's a little more cartoony, but I mean, it is a chibi, so I don't want to go too crazy with the detail. I like this a lot. Thanks, Ray. Someone's on topic. Goodness. I feel like it'd just be easier if I just spiral. Toto said you opened up this floodgate. I'm sorry, you must brace for these waters. Yeah, why did I share that story? Oh my god. Immediately I was like, who told you guys that? And I'm like, it was me. I did. Oh my god. Just sharing random cool shit. Honestly, I'm so here for it right now. Also, Ray, you will do anything other than work on your project, I swear. Mod fight. Yesterday was so calm. It was the most non-chaotic Monday we have ever had. I knew today was going to happen. I knew. I'm going to go with radial symmetry. This is just not doing it for me. Ah, I clicked on quick save. Please don't crash. I didn't mean to. Cool. That is too busy. Get ready for the M3DM body pillow set website coming soon. I'm just... Yoink. I have power everywhere. I just deleted you from existence alone. Okay, on a real note, I've been like muting and deleting you guys a lot today. I'm actually in a really good mood. I'm just being silly. Ray says, Mia, as soon as I'm not 120% confident in my workflow, my desire to make something cool drops. Well, that makes learning really difficult, doesn't it? On a serious note, go make... Okay, here, like literally, this has been working for a lot of my other students too. Take your project, your ZPR, duplicate it. Just make a copy and call it evil copy or bad copy or messing around, whatever. And just work on that one. You'll know you have your original, and then this new one you can like blow up on purpose. Just go like have fun. Just go try stuff. Tyrant Mia is a good mod, Mia. It's a mood. This is your badness level. Oh, this is too funny to get rid of. I love Lilo and Stitch. Okay, Ricky is no longer muted and he is back immediately. Ricky says, y'all couldn't handle me on your pillows. Why? Because you wouldn't fit? Oh, that could go a lot of different ways. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. Sater said, Ricky, that's a loaded statement. Yep, and I totally said that on stream before I realized it was... I'm done. Thank you. I am not going to look at the chat. I made a mistake. Mistake? Also, Ray, I think this was the answer. This is really cool. Hey, I pretty much made that. Neat. I delete you when I'm happy. Mia K. Hoover. You know, I don't see that used very often. Like, I haven't legally changed my last name to Hoover yet, but it makes me happy to see it. Eloa says, you may sway your gaze from your sins, but the chat does not forget, but, yeah, I know. I know. I like that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's it. That's the answer, finally. Cool. Custom base, inspired by the peasants. And by the peasants, really Ray. Ray was the only one on topic, thank you. Actually, you've quoted me when I said something dumb, so never mind. Toda says, you know, to stop digging yourself in a hole, you need to put down the shovel, right? I do know in theory. Anyway, this base looks really nice. I like this. This is cool. Ray says, Mia, I can't wait for you to open up the Tavern quotes. I'm just not going to. How's that? Also, this is a way cooler base than what I had, so thank you. Really cool base. Definitely going to use it in the future. I'm actually very happy about it. Alright, so the Tavern pets are pretty much just going to be like baby beast sized. So they're just going to pretty much fill up the 1-inch base. Let's put this as base. And I think these are actually already correctly scaled, which is nice. Ah, the Tavern codes. Yeah. Toto says, yes, I indeed have heard these practices before. What of them? Also, Toto, have I made a big deal about your art today? I feel like I haven't yet. Have you guys seen Toto's work recently? Because it's like outrageous. Do you see this? The vibes. Oh my god, it's so good. Leaf Boy. I can't even begin to explain how much I love this. It's incredible. It's fantastic. The people that we have in our community, I can't. Also, the way that you constructed this was really clean and also really satisfying. That's awesome. At the back of his head, the way that the ropes kind of like push in, it's just disturbing. It's just excellent. It's so good. It's like I didn't make a big deal about that yet. I talked to my husband about it over breakfast. I'm like, did you see what Tota posted? Tota said, would you believe me if I told you I made this in 6 days? Heck yeah, I would. I can feel the talent from here and hard work. Are you kidding? Yeah, I believe it. Doesn't make it any less impressive. It's still awesome. I just definitely believe it because I know you rock. All right. This is finally all good to go. This is 10,000 points. I like it. Not changing it. Let's export these, and these are going to get dropped directly to Non-Sleeper. Because I donated today, so did RB. So yeah. Oogling, that's the word I was looking for. Oogling. Oh, that's beautiful. Why are they so tiny? There we go. Gigantic. Because I don't plan for the Tabber pets to actually be like miniature scale. I do think it'd be nice if they, again, so the base that you're seeing in this picture is actually just that big. So it's not as crazy gigantic as it looks. Not that there's a problem with that. All right, which one of these has shells and which one doesn't? I labeled both of them A, which is really annoying. Okay, this is the one that has shells. Cool. Go over to bases and throw this in there because I'm definitely gonna want to work with this more later. Rock swirl base master. Great. All right, this is our very first exported finished Tabber pet. Toto says, Mia, thank you. You're too kind. Nope, I am the correct amount of kind. You're great. Tabber pet? TP? That sounds like toilet paper. I don't know how to name these. Sean says, I thought oogling was spelled like, pronounced ogling, like ogre. Ogling. Oogly. I would say ooh. Like, I'm actually not certain what's correct. You guys know I can't talk. It's part of like, again, like I read a lot. Doesn't mean I know how to pronounce anything. I'm just gonna call it beholder. That's what it is. I want to call it something that I can like, maybe I'll call them all peasants. Like owl peasant, beholder peasant, just so I know what it's from. Or taverb. Because I already have beholders and I already have all these things in my asset or in my library, so I'm just not certain what to call this. Ogling. Okay, I need to look this up. All right, the one I'm seeing here is owgling. How are we all wrong? This is what I'm saying. Owgling. Am I spelling this right? I feel like I did not spell that right. All right. Tangent over. Hey, Sean's bought a 3D printer from Anycubic. Oh, cool. Let's go. Congrats. Congratulations. That's awesome. Anycubic's also just fine. Absolutely. RB says, please provide Amazon link again. Of course. You know, it's funny because I just closed that link. And again, it doesn't have to be this printer. Am I clear on that? Doesn't need to be this printer. You just have to click on the link at some point and it will work. Yeah. Just single said my linguist friend went to go give the international alphabet, but then I realized that we all know the word we're trying to use, so it's fine. That's true, but you know, like when you've been like really excited about something and maybe a little too niche and you have like the general consensus like, okay, calm down. I'm the opposite of that. I'm like, be niche, be excited about it. Like that we love that vibe here, 100%. Also, to anyone that's had that experience at all, at any point, like being in a crowd or group of people, and you have that one person that just like, can you be quieter? fuck that person. Seriously. I have never heard of anyone using that in a way that's not just terrible and a put down. And it took me until I was almost 30 to realize that. Because I'm not very loud. I'm pretty soft-spoken, especially in groups. So the fact that that was ever said to me, I'm looking back in my head, I can see that, and I'm like, oh, that was shady, and I didn't realize it until years and years later. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm getting this uploaded, and then I'm going to send it to Non-Sleeper. Speaking of, Non-Sleeper has also been cooking and making cool stuff. I mentioned, like, in a passing note, I'm like, Non-Sleeper, you should be working on a dragon, because I haven't seen you make a dragon before. And they did a Western dragon and a Chinese dragon, and they both look absolutely insane. So, you're killing it. Behold order for you. Have a new folder opening called Tavern Pets. It's finally beginning. This is exciting. And yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do the Tavern Pet thing. I don't think it's gonna be a full Kickstarter, but I'm gonna have it available for y'all. That means the very first person who ever got this link was Non-Sleeper. Congratulations. And also, thank you for your ongoing fantastic support. You're the best. Monkey says, oh wait, you're still alive. What are the prompts this week? Yes, the Summer Art Festival prompts are... Eloa, you're amazing. You already pinged. But for everyone, masked, multi-headed, and warden. You guys bet I'm gonna make something that's Dragon Age themed. Oh, I like that. Kid base would be cute. Mia seeing her new Levi body pillow. Don't you engage with my community and turn it against me. Stop that. Community building at my expense. Sater says, Mia, if it makes you feel better, I'm on the same print I was working on when the stream started. This is not okay. Yeah, but it's been over 4 hours. I feel it. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. You can put your 3D printer in the garage, 100%. The only time I wouldn't put a 3D printer in the garage is during winter, when it gets cold. Once it drops below, like, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, I find it tends to result in a lot of failures if you don't put a heater in there. But, yeah, you're good. Just Single says, in that case, ogling. Ogling is a common way to pronounce it with a long O sound. However, it's often ogling. Like father or pawn in many English dialects. I like oogling. But you're right. Ogling. That sounds right. You're right. That's cool. I appreciate you sharing. I do. You need stable temps for printing as well. And by stable, not really for resin, but for FDM, yeah, absolutely. Tarda says, my favorite response to that is, listen, I don't normally call people a see you next Thursday. That's hysterical. Then you just stare at them. I like it. I'm not mean, but I don't take kindly to rude people, especially people that like shut down types. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, it's all cool. Like, we all want to hang out. Like, we all want to have fun, you know? I've never heard that. See you next Thursday. I love that. Also super funny because, like, here in, like, America, that's like a huge swear word, but, like, overseas, like, not so much. How many chibis are in the season 1 of them? I think 20 on the dot. I believe they're all on screen right now, I think. Humidity for 3D printing is a big thing to be up to date on. Yes, again, not so much for resin, but yes, huge, big time for FDM because, again, that filament will expand and contract. resin's more sensitive to temperature change versus humidity, but it's honestly pretty resistant either way. And yeah, RB, thanks for asking a great question. Not only did you like donate and you were awesome, but like also great questions. Monkey says, I see 16. Yeah, I get you. I think this might be all of them. Oh, here's a cat. That wasn't on here. So that's 17. There's some that are hidden in here. So that's at least 17 based on this cat because that wasn't showing. Sater says, Mia, did you say see you next Thursday? I've never heard of that. Toda said that. Yeah, that's funny. Ooh, yeah, light pollution. Yeah, don't put your resin printer in the sun and try to print. It's not happening. See you next Tuesday? Sure. Why are you so weird? No, I thought I was... I didn't say it. You're making fun of Toda, not me. I have never heard of either one of these. And thank you for being weird. Okay, we're gonna leave that there. Also, Monkey is like, where are the other 4? Again, I said like 20. I have no idea. We're at 17, I think, then. Also... Oh, wait, you meant the specific phrase. Yes. I'm the big dumb today. No, you are not. All right, this is what we actually worked on today. It's looking fantastic. I really don't want to keep working on this. But I will. We love all sizes of dumb here. This is true. Do I have to keep making these pieces, or can I like co-opt this to just be this size? I don't want to keep working on this, but I want it to be awesome, you know? Mia, it looks so good. Please do not be lazy at the last minute. Okay. Oh, thank you guys. Oh, I love all like the love in the chat for how good this, right? Doesn't this look good? I did the things. It came together. It's really clean. I'm getting better. That's what it's all about. I should put that over here. So when I keep working, you guys can still see it. Ooh, Ray, good point. Ray says, you know, it would be so cool if each Taver pet had a base that was on the land that they were when they joined the squad in the lore. Yeah, because we got like a whole story going on with Eloa. That's a good point. All right, this is a little too low res even for my liking, and it's a little too long. So, 2 things are gonna happen here. Also, I'm not certain about this shape anymore. Yeah, this is just not the shape I want anyway. Okay. We're going to go to delete, polyloop, not edge, nope. Delete, polyloop. Ooh, you're going to fight me, aren't you? That was neat. Okay. Anyway. Cool, that's the shape that I'm wanting. That looks good. And now we're going to crease these edges. I'm at least going to get this done on stream. Mark my words. Do I have to crease the entire thing to make it keep shape? Why are you like this? What if I want this point to respect my authority? No? It's fine. Like, it looks fine. I feel like I should be able to do what I want with it. Monkey says, I went and ran errands and came back. The stream was over. It looks like you were busy. Good work. We have, in fact, not been busy. We have been talking a lot today. But I did get some good stuff done somehow. So thank you. All right, we're gonna hide these gorgeous pauldrons to get this little bit of armor fitting nicely. Can you not explode? There we go. I'm being very picky with the way everything fits. Again, because I've spent so much time on the armor, when I hide different pieces, doesn't it look so good still? Like, that's like the beauty of it. You guys are going to see this armor set mix and match 100 different ways over the next few months. It's going to be really cool. If I haven't convinced you already to make your own asset library, this is probably going to be what is going to put you over the edge. You gotta. It's so cool. So I'm making this on the smaller side because I'm going to layer it up. It's gonna be awesome. See what I mean? Kind of like this. And it can layer on top or it can layer underneath. If you're gonna layer underneath, just make sure you put your top layer up a little bit so you actually have room to layer underneath. Does that make sense? All right, that looks good. And even though it's really simple, that is the exact shape that I'm wanting. So we're gonna export it. Can't remember what it's called. So we're gonna call it upper shoulder low. Nope, damn it, what is this called? This is called something. Sleeve, no. Upper shoulder, no. Upper arm, low is fine. I'll know what it is. She said. Grimnir says, seriously looks great, very inspiring. Oh, thank you so much. That's very sweet. RB says, in all caps, Mia, important, please check your DMs on Discord. Sure, what you need. Hello, Mia. As you keep missing my messages on stream. I'm sorry. I am here again. I need to switch from .in from .com printer I'm not going with is not shipping to India. So not sure if that link would work as it should be. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. It probably won't work then. It doesn't matter. I figured I might as well. You have done enough. You are fantastic. Don't you worry. Grimnir says, I'm having a bad art day myself. Nothing is coming together. Feels bad, man. Yeah. I get you. I mean, that's how I felt on this yesterday because it was so lackluster, but that's what set up all the success for today, right? You weren't asking for advice, but I want to help you anyway. Yeah, when nothing is coming together and you just want cool stuff to come together, what's something that I do? I like playing with organic forms and just kind of being silly with it. So if I was you, this is what I would do. When you just want something cool to happen, it just feels like it won't happen because I know what you're talking about. Usually creating from scratch feels really frustrating then. So what I'll do is I'll open up a folder of something that I've already created. So in this case, let's take a look at my fairy godmother here. Something kind of like this. And then I'll just play with something that already exists. Like, what if instead I want to take this fairy godmother and make her like this really like epic looking like matriarch or maybe like evil? I'll like repaint her. I think a cool matriarch look would be neat. So I'd probably take this and play with the wings so like they're really big. Again, I would just iterate on something that I already have. I kind of want to show you what I'm talking about here. Because usually your brain is just looking for yourself to do something cool. Anything cool. And there's certain things that will always be cool. And one of those is like multiple wings. Like a multi-layered like angel is always going to be cool. Layered wings is always a big win. And then so is horns and more dramatic hair. So yeah, I just revamp characters I already have when I'm feeling discouraged. So I'm going to duplicate her hair. I'm going to give her a long hairstyle. Because it's very easy for me to feel like excited about what I was working on. I know you weren't asking for me to totally derail my stream or anything. I don't see it that way. It's really fun for me to like show you like when I'm frustrated, I just want something to look good, but still have a lot of creative input. This is what I do. I'm gonna lower her feet so it looks like she's flying too. I'm just playing right now. I'm just having fun. I'm gonna get rid of all of the sweets and treats. Because I kind of have a vision of this that's like a dark fairy alternate. I think that'd be really cool. So this is exactly what I do when I'm feeling kind of burned out. I just take something that's cool, that I'm already proud of, and I make a really fun, crazy alternate version. Sorry, now I'm going with kind of like this gothic fairy look. And I think that like this apron I have here has a lot of potential if I just keep layering it. So I'm gonna duplicate it, mirror, and create a new layered effect. Ooh, not mirror and well, just mirror. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, isn't that pretty? I know I'm kind of ignoring the chat right now. I'll look at you guys in a second, but I'm just having a lot of fun. This is for me. This is me time. And for anyone wondering, like, oh my gosh, you're definitely going to keep this, right? And release it? No, I'm not. This is just for fun. Oh, that's cute. I really like this. But yeah, I would remix something like this. If you're ever feeling stuck with your work, pick something that you're already proud of and make it look totally different. It's just fun. Toto says, in other words, hot, very hot. Is that what I'm doing? Grenier says, Mia, I really appreciate it. That is good advice. I was working on a head from scratch. Oh, pff, really? Yeah, that's discouraging. That's tricky. It's good to do that, but that explains a lot. So yeah, Grenier says, I was working on a head from scratch, and the anatomy is fighting me. I'll take a break, just being cool for a bit, and come back to it. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I agree, Eloa. It feels like we got a visit from all the peasant crew today. It was awesome. Oh, good. Grimnir says, thanks, everyone. I also feel a bit better just having some suggestions on what to do with it. Right? It's because, you know, you're not alone. Like, we're all creators here, and it's tricky. It's tricky out there. And then you gotta, like, feed yourself and be a person still. Do you have a comfort monster to sculpt? I don't. That's a great question, though. Well, this is really fun. Maybe I should save this. Ray says, Mia, sometimes when I'm pulling about a mesh, I end up with these thin, like, parts that you were showing the wave effect. But when I go to smooth it out, it sharpens the points instead. Why is that? That's because you don't have your smooth brush modifier changed. I'm going to do a demo because I love doing that. Demo time. All right. So here's a single-sided plane. If I bring my smooth brush by holding down shift, that enables a smooth brush, and I hold down smooth, nothing is happening. Nothing at all, even when I move it, because you have like these really thin points. So sometimes when you're working with a mesh, it's gonna, this is single-sided, so the examples can be really dramatic. But it's because it's a single-sided mesh, or something that's very thin is what you're dealing with. So go to brush, smooth brush modifiers, right here, and change your mid-connected points down to 1. And that will allow your smooth brush to actually affect these things. Can you please work? Oh, the edges are creased. I didn't tell you to do that. 1 second. For some reason, this is creased, which is extra annoying. Wow, it just laughed in my face. Do you see this just not working at all? As if I've never done this before in my life. Change your smooth brush modifier from 3 to 1. That's it. What the heck? That was very rude. There, it's working. Disgusting. I don't know why it just like fought me to death. Rick says, oh, I didn't even think about the fact that would happen on things that aren't planes. Yeah, it can. It can. Isn't that funny? Thank you. You're welcome. Dumb thing. That's why I dynameshed it, so now it has thickness. Skill issue. Satyr. You wound me. I'm gonna save this because it actually turned out really cool. And Ricky might see this and be like, are you joking? That's another character. Because every now and then I do stuff like this and he's like, no, we are posing that. Yeah, that turned out really cute. That was a fun little transformation. Cool. Eloa says, who wouldn't want a dark and light version of their fairy character? Awesome stuff. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Cool. I'm gonna call it Goth, Fairy Godmother. Hell yeah. That was fun. Also, I really appreciate how kind you guys have been with me working on this project, because like it's frustrating, because it's just slow, but it's awesome still, you know. Man, Unicron, the person that requested this, is getting so much more than what they bargained for in the best way. Toda says, haters say it's fake. In reality, she's a wizard who doesn't play by the rules. I prefer witch. And you would not be the first person to call me that. You guys are so sweet, because, like, I don't know. I have so far to go, you know? Like, I'm not saying I don't have, like, skills now or whatever, but, like, I'm just hyper aware of where I want to be, too. Yeah. Satyr says, Mia, wait, when did you give us a choice? Illusion of choice. Ricky says, Mia, the pose looks stiff. My husband is here just to... Why are you here to troll me in my own chat? Eloa says, needs a necklace. I'm going to just cancel the stream right now. Also, I'm going to fix your comment. There you go. You missed the smiley face. Have I earned money on art? Are you guys hidden valuing me right now? Sean says, I've got to go eat something and for my mother and my reckless decisions. Sounds good, Sean. Thanks for being here. Needs bling. Oh my gosh. It's like hacking the mentorship. It is. It is. It's fun to tell. I'm glad someone's paying for it, though. Heathens. No, I'm joking. Like 90% of you guys are in my program. Ricky, if you keep pinging Eloa, they might just actually quit. Ah, business investments. I like it. Yes, ma'am. Always a pleasure to hang out. Pleasure to have you. Got the best peasants in the world. I really do. Ray said, Mia, hey, your night's coming along about 100 times quicker than mine. I feel that. Some projects are just slow. Mom, look at my new cool outfit. I know, right? For some reason, when I see my work screenshotted and put in the Discord, I do see it in a new light. And I'm not kidding, Eloa. My first glance over, I thought, oh, that's nice. And I'm like, oh, I did that. I don't know. There's something about, I don't know. Stupid brain. Wholesome, stupid brain. Justin Will says, I haven't made anything yet. I only set up the UI. You're on your way. Oh my god, Rat Girl's back. Hey again. It's been a while since I caught a stream. It is. Welcome back. Some people have names I'm always going to remember, and Rat Girl is definitely one of them. Awesome. All right, we're going to detail this thing right here. All right, so I have a kind of method that I'm starting to streamline here. Once I have the shape that I like, I go to Stroke, Frame, Mesh, and I put a little curve on it without symmetry. Thank you. Also, why is it not following that corner? That is driving me crazy. It's because it's low res. I know that, but it still annoys me. All right, so instead, we're going to add some thickness to this so I don't have to fix that trim. Yeah. Apply. Now that it actually has thickness and it exists, we'll do Frame Mesh again. And then it should follow that edge. It doesn't want to. Oh well. I can just move it after the fact. Alright, we have our trim piece. Gorgeous. We'll make it this nice gold so it matches everything else. Beautiful. And then we'll manually move it into place like a peasant, because I don't know why ZBrush just does not want to keep these corners. This is I'm going to find the solution to this. It's going to be some dumb little trick like everything else I find on here. It's a certain button, but that's fine. All right, looks good. Add some material to that. Gorgeous. Use my crease brush, which is a button. Excellent. Get a nice color on that. RGB intensity to 100, please. Beautiful. Again, we're really taking our time and doing a good job here, because one, you should always be doing that, I guess. But also, so I can reiterate and use these pieces in the future. It's so good, though. Aw, thank you, Shans. RB says this figure looks so cool, I want to copy paste it, but then it will be art theft. Since you're one of my students, if you want to copy this character pretty much exactly, I don't care. Go nuts. Rat Girl says, ooh, I've been doing this recently manually. Awesome to see a better way. Oh, is that for the curve trim moment? Yeah, no, that is so cool. If you're not already using that technique, just know that you can use this with any curve brush. So you can use lace or tentacles or whatever you want. It's really cool. RB says, Mia, if you can walk us through the chainmail you have going on there on the trousers. Yes. Oh, heck yeah. Man, I love being able to teach you guys stuff. Okay, so if you see this, you're like, wow, that looks gorgeous. Thanks, I did it by hand. Not really. This is micropoly, which is a subset of dynamic subdivs. Oh, I really have to sneeze. When is that going to happen? Okay, so when I turn off dynamic, it looks like this. It's just normal, even quads. It made this by masking part of my mesh and then remeshing with same, or half turned on. You want your adaptive size really close to 0, so that way your quads are really even. That's very important for micro poly looking good. Turn on dynamic like normal, and then go to your the more details about dynamic subdiv right here. You guys see that? It's under your tool menu, geometry, dynamic. And then here's the magic button, micro poly. I clicked on one of the chainmail things here, and then I have fit selected. If you don't have fit selected, this is what happens. So when you have fit enabled, this button right here, it's going to take each piece and stretch it to match your polys. And that's why it's so important that your polys are actually laid out nice and even, otherwise it's going to look really silly. So again, dynamic, micro poly on, fit. If you want to go a step further, you can click on align to make sure that things are looking correct. You can mess with rotate on either axis. You'll usually know what's going to look correct. You can also mess with the scale. Isn't that crazy? You can get some really, really cool effects by doing this. The only thing that I don't know is how to make your own micro poly outside of what's provided to you in ZBrush. I really haven't found the need to use anything outside of this. That's the only thing that I don't have an answer for. But there you go. Once you're happy with what you have, just go ahead and click apply, and now it's a real mesh. And if you're thinking, wow, that's not 3D printable, I know. It is. You're going to take the mesh that you created this from, this mesh right here. Click on close holes. Bam. So that's just one solid piece. And then there you go. You now have this really cool mesh stuck on top of this solid, no problem 3D printable mesh. And there you go. That is totally 3D printable, not a preview, a real mesh. You're golden. But yeah, I hope that made sense. If it doesn't, ask me again. I'll show you again. Eloa says, Mia, did you play around with that thing you found using flat subdiv levels to add polys without smoothing out your hard surface armor pieces? Not sure if it was needed, but I always remember it. Yeah, I haven't been using that recently, but I have been using the extrude edge a lot, which is really cool. Rat Girl says, I need to make some chainmail. Ooh, I know how to say that word, but I can't remember. I'm reading it as coffee, and that's wrong. Anyway, but I've been procrastinating learning. Thank you for the quick tutorial. You're welcome. Man, way to come in and like get some value. That's what I like. Ray says, our 3D printers so good they can do that level of detail. Yes. Ray, you're going to trigger me. Okay, first off, okay, I'm like super short because I'm not sitting on my feet. There we go. It just depends how big you print stuff, right? So like how big would this be? If I was printing something this big, then yeah, I'll bulk up the chainmail a little bit, but not by much. Again, if you can see like the detail on their face and their little eyeballs, like you're gonna be able to see this. Ray's doing this to troll me, I know it. Here is like the crown, for example. Okay, these are so blurry on my camera because my camera is like, look at Mia's face, but you can't see literally anything else. I'm gonna go to my last release, which was yesterday on Patreon, because Ricky takes these gorgeous 3D prints of the prints I'm showing you right now, so you can actually see them zoomed in. There you go. These are all 3D printed, minus this gigantic snake. All of these bases you're seeing here, they're all this big. They're all identical, this big. So here's your reference. And my head is not weirdly big. It's just normal head size. But you can see like how crazy detailed this is. You see that? Like, what? You can even see where the supports broke off and how we moved everything. Here's a character to be a little more accurate. Here's our goat man. He's this big. And here's a 3D print. Ah, his face got blurry. Bad example. Here we go. And you can like individually see these strands of hair and all the fabric folds and that little neck garter thing. You can even see like the gap of where her finger is in that trigger. Again, that is this big. It's not this literal print. There. It's me. It's exactly the size of my nose, in case you guys were wondering. Also, I'm giving Ray a hard time. Like, I'm not. This is really cool, and I'm very passionate talking about this because 3D printers are just epic. They're really, really cool. You should get one. Okay. 3D printing rant over. And Ray mentioned, yeah, I'm not questioning. I'm more impressed. Yeah, isn't that cool? No, 3D printers are bitching. Ricky says, this won't print at any playable size. Pretty much unusable detail. Ricky is my husband, and he knows I hate that. Why are you torturing me? Why, Eloa, why, why? Also, it's especially funny that Ricky is saying that. Again, he is the other half of M3DM. He is just being a troll. He obviously doesn't believe that because he prints these. Oh, I have a meeting in 5 minutes. Cool. I think it won't print at that size. Look at you guys trolling me. And no, Ray, I knew you weren't trolling me at all. I was just like genuinely excited to answer your question. Also, you guys are assholes. And if you're new or lurking, just kidding, not you. Toda says, maybe he has a crush on you. Ew, do you think so? Here at Mia's 3D Money Laundering, we lie about printing, playing D&D, and the university degrees. That's allowable because it rhymed. Ford says, you don't have to have a meeting in your time zone. Yeah, I don't care. I'm tired. It's been almost 5 hours. Maki says, I would think as the other half of M3DM that Ricky knows what's printable or not. Why are you guys siding with Ricky? He's just being a troll. Ricky, stop. Oh, sounds good, RV. Sleep well. Reaper says, but we're your assholes. I know. And in the same breath, Ricky says, you aren't using resin printers to their fullest extent. That's our favorite thing of people online that are like, actually, because they'll say directly contradicting things like that. Sick. Okay, I'm tired. This looks great. I'm getting better. That's awesome. Yay me. Okay. I'm actually like floored that I made this. Hell yeah. If you ever think like, oh, that person's a great 3D artist, they probably are. Look at how they do armor and hard surface. Like, there's nothing to hide behind. It's so clean and you can really tell. And I have been able to tell in my work when I'm like, I could probably do better than that. Hearts for Ricky. Oh my god. Alright, you guys have been super fun. What else do I talk about? Summer Art Fest. If you are hanging out, please participate in our Summer Art Fest. It is week 2. You can create at any level, any medium. I don't care if you knit, yodel, craft, of any sort of 3D model, drawing, anything. You can take a stick and draw something in the dirt and take a picture of it. Seriously. Make art. The prompts for this week are masked, multi-headed, and warden. Interpret them however you want. Combine prompts. Just make something. When you submit it, tag Eloa, and you're golden. Aw, thank you, monkey. Don't stare at my hard surface armors. Oh, man. You're great. All right. You guys are fantastic. I'll see y'all again tomorrow. In the meantime, take care. I had a great day with you guys. I didn't want to stream today. I was feeling lazy. I streamed, had a great time. So, woo, go us. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.